Welcome to Harry's Verse. Today's adventure, what if Harry Potter was General Zod's reincarnation? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Cupboard remembers the slap landed before the report card did. Harry's head cracked against the kitchen doorframe, and for a moment the world went white. A faded paper, still warm from his satchel, fluttered to the linoleum between Vernon's bare feet. For golden stars. A teacher's note in neat cursive, exceptional retention. Please speak to me at parents' evening. What did I tell you? Vernon breathed. He had that careful quiet he reserved for when he was about to throw something. What did I tell you about making Dudley look bad? Harry braced a hand against the wall. There was a ringing in his right ear, the pure metallic hum of a struck bell, and under it, beneath it, somewhere deeper than the ringing, a sound. Not a sound. A memory of a sound. Air through his teeth. His own voice. Someone else's voice, wearing his mouth. Kneel. Harry blinked. Are you listening to me, boy? The second slap came from the left. Harry did not raise his arms. He took the blow on the cheekbone, the precise spot that had been reddened last week, and let his head rock with the strike the way a boxer rides a punch. He had not known he could do that. He watched Vernon's shoulder, not his face, and felt, somewhere very far down, somewhere beneath the ringing, the small chill pleasure of having read the motion correctly. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Yes, what? Yes, I'm listening. Vernon exhaled through his nose. The paper was in his hand now. He crumpled it without looking at it and put it in the bin beside Dudley's abandoned cereal bowl. Petunia stood at the sink pretending to wash a pan that had been clean for 10 minutes. Dudley sat at the table in his smeltings cap, eating a second sausage, eyes wide and uncertain. He looked, Harry thought, like a calf realizing the smell of the abattoir was coming from inside the barn. Cupboard, Vernon said. No supper. Think about what you did. Harry did not argue. He did not say anything at all. He walked past Petunia without a glance and opened the door under the stairs and stepped inside the dark and closed it behind him with the exact gentleness that would not invite another blow. He sat on the thin camp mattress. He listened to the kitchen, the scrape of a chair, the clink of a plate, the click of the kettle, Petunia's thin murmur about mowing the lawn, Vernon's rumble about little ingrates. The normal Tuesday sounds of the Dursleys' satisfied evening. He stared at the wall opposite his face. 4 inches away. Graph paper and spider webs and the ghost shape of a spider now gone. The ringing in his ear faded. What rose in its place was harder to name. It was not pain. Harry knew pain. It was not hunger, though he was hungry. It was something pressurized and cold, something standing quietly behind his own ribs, a second occupant of his own chest who had woken from a very long sleep and was now watching through his eyes with dispassionate patience. Drew Zod. The name surfaced behind his teeth and Harry said it without meaning to. Drew Zod. He did not know what it meant. He did not know why saying it felt like swallowing a piece of metal. He sat very still on his mattress, 8 years old, small for his age, with the throb of Vernon's palm still on his cheekbone, and he waited because the thing inside him was not done. A smell came next. Not in the cupboard, in the memory behind the cupboard. Ozone. Burning iron. The taste of a hot wind that had never blown across Surrey. Harry saw, not with his eyes, a sky that was the wrong color. He saw terraces carved out of a mountain into vast stepped plazas, each terrace larger than a little whinging street. He saw people in gray and silver standing in formation, looking up at him. He saw his own hand, a man's hand, gloved, with a thin ridge of scar between thumb and forefinger, raised toward that sky. He saw a red sun. He saw it sink. He saw it wink out. Krypton. He said that aloud, too, and the cupboard did not blink. The cupboard did not tell him how he knew the word. The cupboard waited. Harry's hands were shaking. Not with fear. With input. His fingers were buzzing, his wrists, a low electric hum in the bones. He pressed both palms flat to his mattress to steady himself, and the mattress depressed further than it should have done, and there was a small bright crackle under his palms like a popped bulb, and a wire inside the wall of the cupboard sparked once and the light above his head went out. The kitchen stopped. "Petunia," came Vernon's voice. "Did the boy," Petunia said at once. Harry did not move. He listened to Vernon heave himself up from the chair, listened to the 3 heavy steps across the kitchen, listened to the deliberate catch of breath at the cupboard door. The door swung open. Vernon filled the frame, red-faced, blotted against the hallway light. "What did you do?" It was not a question. Harry looked at him. He did not look at his uncle's fist. He did not flinch. He sat on his mattress with his hands flat beside him, and he looked at Vernon Dursley with an expression his face had not made in 8 years of life, and Vernon Dursley, 30-stone walrus, beefeater, retired army type who had once shouted a young bank clerk into tears, took a half-step backward. "I was sitting," Harry said. His voice came out low. His voice came out his own and not his own. The ringing in his ear was gone. He felt, for the first time he could remember, entirely still inside his own body. His heart was slow. His breath was slow. The second occupant behind his ribs was not watching anymore. It was steering. "Don't you," Vernon began, and could not finish. "Close the door, Uncle Vernon." Vernon closed the door. Harry listened to him back away. Listened to him sit down heavily at the kitchen table. Listened to Petunia ask, in a small voice, whether they should, whether he ought to, and Vernon cut her off with a sound that was half a grunt and half a word. In the dark of his cupboard, Harry smiled. It was not a child's smile. "Rise, Druzad," he whispered, and did not know why he was whispering it, only that the words fit his mouth like a key turning in a lock. "General of the Kryptonian War Guild. Exile of the Phantom Zone. Son of no one." He lay down. He did not sleep. He remembered. He remembered by morning that the house he had been born in was not number 4, Privet Drive. He remembered by morning that the man who had raised him had worn a dark cloak and knelt on the obsidian of a council floor, and that a circle of men in pale robes had condemned him, and that he had not bowed his head when sentence was read. He remembered by morning the cold ablative sheer of a phantom zone projector opening, and the silver mirror skin of the zone itself, and the stretched, endless, hungry time inside it, years and years and years with nothing to break against and nothing to plan for except breaking out. He remembered the hour the zone had ruptured. He remembered being flung, soul first, through a tear between realities, falling, and striking something warm and small and unfinished. A newborn. A cry. A house in the dark. A green flash of something that was not any energy he knew. A woman, arms thrown wide, standing between him and it. His mother, in this life. He remembered her dying. He remembered the curse that should have killed him striking the baby's forehead and finding, in that infant mind, a Kryptonian soul braided into the human one. He remembered the curse rebounding. He remembered the shriek of a diminished thing fleeing into a night that smelled of wood smoke and hydrangeas. He remembered nothing else until he was 3. Harry opened his eyes in the dark of the cupboard and for a long moment did not know which war he was fighting. Then the letterbox rattled. The milk float hummed. The toilet flushed upstairs and a boy 5 foot round padded down the stairs complaining about socks. This war. He rose. "You've cut yourself shaving," Harry said. Vernon paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. "What?" "Your throat. Under the collar. You cut yourself shaving." Vernon's hand went to his neck. His fingers came away dry. "There's a millimeter to the left of the birthmark." Harry poured himself a glass of water, a thing he had not been permitted to do unasked in the history of the kitchen. "It will bleed through your shirt by 10. You should change." Vernon's face went a careful beige. Petunia turned sharply from the stove. Harry, I'll eat toast, please, Aunt Petunia. Only toast. I find I do not want anything heavier this morning. Harry sat down at the corner of the table, not in Dudley's seat, not in Vernon's, in the small empty space between, which no one had ever used before. He folded his hands. He looked at Vernon. May I keep the crusts? Vernon opened his mouth. Closed it. His fork was still halfway to his face. What was that about my throat? He said finally. I apologize. I was speaking out of turn. Harry reached for the jam pot. The birthmark under your collar is visible from here when you breathe. I noticed it yesterday. It's quite distinct. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. Vernon's hand went back to his neck. There was no birthmark under Vernon's collar. There had never been a birthmark under Vernon's collar. Vernon would not be able to rule out, for the rest of the morning, whether there was now. Petunia set a plate of toast down in front of Harry with a small sharp click. Harry thanked her. He ate the toast slowly, watching his aunt's hands. She had cleaned the grout under the stove this week, twice. She had washed the kitchen curtains. She had been stress cleaning since Tuesday. She believed, somewhere under the layer of her ordinary contempt, that Harry was no longer safe to be around. She did not yet know that the thing she felt was not danger but opportunity. Not her opportunity. His. I think, Harry said pleasantly, to no one, I will rake the leaves today. Dudley, who had been quiet, lifted his head. That's of course it is, Dudley, and I apologize. Harry took another bite. You look tired. Your mother has been worried about your sleeping. I'll do it for you today, so you can sleep in on Saturday morning. Don't thank me. Dudley, who had been about to complain that raking leaves was his chore so he could collect Vernon's pound, instead sat with his mouth open in the shape of a small pink O, because no one in the house had ever behaved toward him as though his sleep mattered, because Dudley himself had not known his sleep mattered, because for 5 seconds Dudley was being spoken to like a person rather than the tumor on the family's side to which everyone kept referring as, our little Duddykins. Dudley said, oh. Harry smiled at him. A small, warm smile. A smile so surprising on his face that Petunia dropped the whisk. Thanks, Harry, Dudley said. Vernon made a sound. Harry finished his toast. He went out to the garden and raked the leaves the way he had once laid siege to a city, by the wind. He observed the cross-draft from the hedges and the exact tilt of the lawn. He put the first pile in the one spot that would catch the breeze at 3 in the afternoon, when the breeze off the kitchen door always came. He raked the second pile behind the shed, downwind of the first, where it would act as a backstop. By 4 o'clock, with minimum labor, the entire front garden's leaves had collected themselves into a neat conspiracy at the back of the shed as though by magic. Possibly by magic. Harry was no longer certain where Zod ended and the strange electric feeling in his palms began. But the point was, it was not by labor, it was by understanding the terrain. He stood in the garden in the smell of autumn, leaning on a rake that was taller than he was, and for a long moment he did not think in English at all. You are not, Harry said to himself in the cupboard, at number 4, Privet Drive. You are at a forward outpost in enemy territory. He had found, under the mattress, a broken half of a pencil. He held it between his fingers carefully. You are a commander without a command. Your army does not yet exist. Your resources are nil. Your logistics are adversarial, you depend on the enemy for food, water, and shelter. He drew a line on the back of the cupboard door, at shoulder height, with the pencil. A single vertical mark. Your enemy is a family unit of 3. Your threat assessment is low. Your time horizon is 3 years. He drew a second line. Do not consolidate power before you understand the terrain. He heard it as Jor-El's voice, and then he heard it as his own voice correcting his father in an argument in a glass study. If I do not consolidate before I understand, the terrain will eat me. They had had that argument 6 times in 6 different rooms before Quirrel had stopped speaking to him. Harry blinked at the 3rd line. "You are a child, here," he said to himself. "Be a child, here. Any acceleration draws fire." He lowered the pencil. "But do not be a child, they can hurt." Outside the cupboard, a floorboard creaked. Someone was listening at the door. "Petunia." "Aunt Petunia," Harry said, pleasant, quiet. "Do you need me?" "A beat. Go to sleep, boy." Her voice was thinner than usual. Harry tilted his head, pleased. He had 3 years. 3 years and the small prize of having already frightened her. He tucked the pencil under his pillow and slept. The man in the long black coat had been standing at the hedge for 20 minutes. Harry watched him from the upstairs landing window. He had gone up, supposedly, to fetch a spare set of socks for Dudley, which he would not fetch. He was looking out at the hedge because the hedge had something in it that had not been in it this morning. Specifically, a man. A man with hair the color of pond ice and skin the color of bath water and robes, in little whinging, at 4 in the afternoon, that did not move quite right in the October wind. As if the wind around them were a polite suggestion rather than a fact. The man was watching the house. Not the house, Harry thought. Me. He did not move from the window. He did not hide. He raised his hand to the glass, flat, fingers spread, and let the man see him. He held the man's gaze for 4 heartbeats, and then he smiled the smile that had dropped Petunia's whisk, and then he turned and walked down the stairs. By the time he reached the front door, the man was gone. Harry went out onto the step. There was no one in the street. No cat. No dog. A single black feather on the pavement at the end of the drive, which could have come from anywhere, but did not, he was quite sure, belonged to any bird that nested in Surrey. He walked down to the end of the drive. He picked the feather up. He examined it. It was warm. "Observer," Harry said aloud, quietly, for his own record. Not an enemy. Not an ally. Interested. Cautious. Magical. He slipped the feather into his cuff. He went back inside. He put the feather under the mattress, next to the pencil. That night, when Vernon slammed the cupboard door and went off to bed muttering about freakishness and the gas bill and something Dudley had done that could not possibly be Harry's fault but would be, Harry lay in the dark and did something he had not done in any life. He meditated. Or tried. Kryptonian discipline did not look the way Earth meditation looked. It was colder. It was a sequence, breath, pulse, audit. You sat. You counted your breath. You counted the pulse under your jaw. You audited, system by system, toes, calves, thighs, belly, ribs, shoulders, jaw, scalp, for any sensation that was not mission relevant. You stilled it. You moved on. On the second pass, at the ribs, something was not mission relevant. It sat beneath his sternum, a small anxious ember, pulsing at a rhythm not his own. Harry paused over it like a man paused over an insect in a glass. You, he said. The ember quickened. It was not in his sternum, he realized. It was in his scalp. The ember was in the scar on his forehead, and it was afraid of him. Harry's slow, cold inner smile widened. Hello, little passenger. The ember went still. You are frightened. Good. You should be. I don't know yet what you are, and I will not hurry to know. Harry's breath slowed further. The ember tried to burrow deeper and could not find a deeper place. You are in my skull. You will do no harm from inside my skull. If you try, I will learn what you are more quickly, and I will hurry, and I will not be gentle. He let the meditation go on, past the scar, down the spine, along each limb, into the soles of his feet. By the time he reached his feet the ember was a piece of soot, curled as small as it could make itself. He was going to enjoy this life, Harry thought. He was going to enjoy this life very, very much. 1,000 miles away, in a forest that had once been a monastery, a cloud of smoke with eyes opened one of them. The cloud had been sleeping, as much as it could sleep, which was not much, nestled in the hollow of a dead oak. It had been drifting between possessed snakes and the occasional witless hiker for 11 years. It had expected, eventually, to find a vessel worth the trouble. It had not expected to feel what it felt tonight. Something looked at it. The cloud had not been looked at in a decade. The cloud flinched, it was not sure it could flinch, it had not done so in so long, and tried to retract whatever sense it had reached out with, and found it could not. The thing that was looking at it was not Dumbledore. It was not the Ministry. It was not the Aurors, and it was not any of the old Death Eaters, and it was not any magic the cloud had ever made the acquaintance of. It was a mind. A cold, vast, focused mind, noticing it the way a lighthouse beam noticed a moth. The cloud did the one thing it knew how to do. It hid. It pulled itself small and it burrowed into the oak and it waited for the beam to move on. The beam moved on. The cloud lay in the hollow and trembled, which it had not done in a decade either. "Who," the cloud said, to the oak, in a voice like a rasp on bone, "who in Salazar's name was that?" The oak did not answer. The cloud decided it would not go back to Albania tomorrow. Albania felt very exposed suddenly. Quirrel had been a promising, tractable specimen. The cloud decided, curled in the oak, that it would quicken its plans, that it would put itself into its vessel, that it would go to England, where, it dimly understood, the boy was. It wanted to see the beam up close. It wanted to know what the beam was. It wanted to know, in particular, whether the beam could see it in the form of a man. The cloud would later decide this had been its worst idea. 200 miles north, in a circular office full of spindle-legged instruments, an old man watched a silver device wobble. The device was the size and shape of an egg. It was set on a little tripod of silver spider's legs, and under ordinary circumstances it rotated very slowly clockwise, radiating calm. It was, and had been for a decade, Albus Dumbledore's private Potter monitor. He had set it spinning the night he left Harry on the doorstep. It had spun without incident through 10 Augusts, 9 Decembers, 38 first teeth and 1 broken wrist. It had never once wobbled. It was wobbling now. Fawkes. The phoenix on the perch opened one eye. "It's not wobbling because of injury," Dumbledore said. "I should very much like it to be wobbling because of injury. Injury is a thing I know how to mend. Tell me what you think it is wobbling because of, my friend." Fawkes made a soft note that was neither a song nor a word, but conveyed, with phoenix precision, great uncertainty and a faint, untypical edge of unease. "Yes," Dumbledore murmured. "That is my feeling also." He sat down in his high-backed chair and folded his long fingers and looked at the wobbling silver egg with an expression that, had any of his staff been there to see it, would have rearranged their understanding of their headmaster entirely. It was not an old man's expression. It was not kind. It was the expression of a duelist who, walking to the mark, has just heard his opponent's wand click, and is calculating whether to turn and fire before the count. "He's 8, Dumbledore said, to Fawkes and to the instruments and to no one. "What in Merlin's name have you become, child?" A long silence. "Very well," Dumbledore said finally, and stood. He walked the room once, hands behind his back, beard trailing. "Very well. We have 3 years. We watch. We do not interfere. Whatever has awoken, it has awoken in a cupboard in Surrey and has so far done nothing a muggle would notice. We do not provoke what we do not understand, Fawkes. We take the measure of it first." The phoenix inclined its head. "And if the measure is bad?" The phoenix did not answer. Dumbledore went to the window. He looked out at the lake, black under an indigo sky, and for a long time he did not move. A first-year student would, the next morning, swear to his friends that he had seen the headmaster up there at midnight and that the old wizard had looked, for the first time in any student's memory, afraid. Harry, in his cupboard, did not feel the beam move away. He did not feel the instrument wobble. He did not feel the cloud in its oak. But he felt, at the soles of his feet, the slow tide of a planet he had not lived on for a week. He opened his eyes. Resources, he said, to the dark. Inventory. 1 broken pencil. 1 black feather. 1 Kryptonian memory set, not fully integrated, more arriving every night. 1 small passenger in the scar, now thoroughly subdued. 1 magical trace that apparently shorted out wiring under stress. 1 cousin increasingly confused by the new behavior of his favorite target. 1 aunt who did not sleep. 1 uncle who had begun, Harry noted, to avoid the cupboard door. Allies, 0. Enemies, 3, domestic. Unknown number, wizarding. Opportunity, the British Magical School would, if he remembered correctly from his small bursts of accidental magic and the hoarse-whispered gossip of the neighborhood, Mrs. Figg's house smelled, faintly, of cats and of something else. He had noticed the something else last Tuesday, come for him by his 11th birthday. That gave him 3 years to ready himself. 3 years was a short campaign. On Krypton, 3 years had been a staff planning cycle. 3 years was manageable. He needed a library. He needed exercise. He needed, most of all, to understand this thing in his palms that had shorted out the cupboard light. He raised his right hand in the dark and looked at it. He could not see it. He could feel the small electric buzz on the pads of his fingers. He concentrated. Nothing. He relaxed. He thought of the leaves, of the precise wind analysis that had herded them into a shed corner today. He thought of the ember in his scar going still. He thought, dispassionately, of Vernon's face when the cupboard door had stopped closing on his hand last Tuesday. A small, blue spark arced between his thumb and his forefinger. He smiled. He held his hand very still. The spark went out. He concentrated again. He remembered a field exercise, long ago, on Krypton: breathe in to the count of 4, out to 7, and while breathing out let the intention pass through the breath. He had been teaching it to raw conscripts in a canyon outside Candor when Jor-El had walked the viewing balcony and watched with his arms folded, disapproving, because in his brother's view Druzad had been teaching men to kill. Which he had. It had been a squad-in-squad tactics. Druzad had not, at the time, apologized. Breathe in, 4. Breathe out, 7. A spark. A longer spark. A small, deliberate arc of blue-white lightning from thumb to forefinger, and Harry watched it the way a man watches his own child stand up for the first time. He said. He held up the other hand. Another arc, Harry said, delighted, in the dark, 8 years old, the world's most frightening little boy, and put his hands down before he burnt anything. 3 years, he said. 3 years is plenty. At breakfast on Saturday, Vernon sat at the table and did not meet Harry's eye. Harry watched him without appearing to. He noted the way his uncle's knife sat fractionally higher in his hand than it had last Saturday, as though the muscles of his forearm had not decided whether to relax. He noted the way his uncle took 3 sips of tea in a row without taking a bite. He noted the way his uncle placed his mug back on exactly the same coaster mark, as though unwilling to leave a second ring on the table. He noted, mostly, that Vernon did not speak to him. Petunia had made pancakes. Pancakes. On a Saturday. For everyone. That was new. Dudley had received 3 pancakes. Harry had received 3 pancakes. Dudley had looked at Harry's plate, looked at his own, and, remarkably, said nothing about it, because Dudley, somewhere in the deep dim cabling of his instinct for his parents' mood, had picked up that there was weather in the kitchen today and that weather was not his fault for once. Dudley ate his pancakes. Boy, Vernon said eventually, to his plate. Uncle Vernon. The school. The big school. Yes. We pay for Dudley to go to Smeltings, you know that. Yes. There's a state place you'll go to. Up the road. It's called Stonewall High. Yes, Uncle Vernon. That's fine with you, is it? Yes. A small silence. Good, Vernon said. He went back to his tea. Harry ate his pancakes. They were slightly burnt on the underside. Petunia had turned them early, wanting to be done with the pan. He did not remark on it. He did not need to. He had been making very small adjustments all week. He had started each day by correctly predicting what Vernon would say at breakfast, out loud, to Dudley, under his breath, and each day he had been right. He had waited at the kitchen door each afternoon until Petunia's eye twitched, and she had begun, on Thursday, to flinch when he appeared. By Friday she had begun to apologize for flinching. By Saturday morning there were pancakes. The pancakes were Petunia's way of asking him to please leave her alone. The pancakes were also Petunia's way of acknowledging that he had won, this week, on whatever field he had been playing on. Petunia did not know what the field was. Petunia knew she had lost. He would not press the advantage. Not yet. The right thing, after a small victory, was to withdraw and let the enemy's imagination do the rest of the work. So at 10 o'clock he said, "I'll be in the garden, Aunt Petunia, if it's all right." And Petunia Desley, who had never said please to him in her life, Petunia Desley said, "Yes, Harry." Harry went into the garden. He looked up. The October sky was a flat, cool blue over Little Whinging, and a very small fragment of his old life, surfacing, told him that this was the color of a sun of G-class, main sequence yellow, about 4 billion years old, considerably colder than Rao had been. It would, in a few billion years, expand. It would, in a few billion years, consume the inner planets. He knew this because, in a previous life, he had read star tables for tactical reasons. He knelt down, in the garden, and put his palm flat on the grass. He closed his eyes. He breathed in, 4. He breathed out, 7. He let the intention pass through the breath. A single blade of grass beneath his palm turned, very slowly, in his direction. As though an insect had walked past. No, as though a small breeze had touched it. There was no breeze. Harry watched, eyes half-lidded, at 6 inches range, and thought the words lift, just lift, in the vague direction of the grass blade. The grass blade lifted. Not bent. Lifted. Rose, roots and all, 2 millimeters out of the earth, hovered there for half a heartbeat in the absolute clean October air, and lowered itself back into its divot. Harry held very still. Then he looked up at the October sky. "I have," he said softly, to the sky and to the man who was probably watching him from somewhere and to himself, "a great deal of work to do." At the little primary school on Monday, Miss Hedges took the register and paused at Potter. "Here," Harry said. She looked up. She was a pale young woman who wore her hair in a bun and her patience in a thin line, and she had developed, over the preceding term, a habit of watching Harry from the corner of her eye, the way one watches a dog that might or might not be about to roll over. Harry could see her watching him now. "Harry," she said, "could I have a word with you after class?" "Yes, Mississippi." Piers Polkiss, sitting 2 desks down, made a small theatrical show of mouthing "oh" in Harry's direction. Harry did not look at Piers. Piers Polkiss was a problem that solved itself, because Piers Polkiss was stupid in a particular uncreative way, and stupid uncreative boys at his age wore out their entertainments quickly. Harry had calculated on Friday that Piers would, within 2 weeks, find a new target. Harry had no intention of giving him reason to accelerate the calculation. At the end of the day, with the other children gone, Miss Hedges sat on the front of her desk and swung one foot and looked at him. "Harry," she said. "I've been teaching 8-year-olds for 6 years. Yes, Mississippi. I would like to ask you something." Harry kept his hands folded in his lap. You answered every question today, Miss Hedges said. You didn't put your hand up, and I didn't call on you. You didn't say anything. And yet, at the end of every one of my questions, you were looking at whoever was going to answer it next, about a full second before they raised their hand. How did you do that? Harry considered. He had become careless. He had wanted to watch his classmates to learn them. He had not realized she was watching him learn them. I think, he said, I was guessing, Mississippi. You were not guessing. Miss, Harry, I would like you to know, Miss Hedges said, and her voice was very gentle, because she was a gentle woman and because there was a small notice from social services on her desk which she had not yet decided what to do with. I would like you to know that if something is wrong at home, you can tell me. That is all. Harry looked at the notice. He had a choice to make. Druzad, at the cold center of his chest, counseled silence. Information to an outsider was a breach. There were no good outsiders. The woman was a civilian, civilians leaked. The proper course was to deny, to deflect, and to accept a decreased metric of affection from Miss Hedges in exchange for a secure perimeter. Harry, at 8, did not entirely agree. He looked at Miss Hedges, who was swinging her foot, and he made a small decision that he hoped he would not regret. Miss, he said, my uncle hits me when my report card is good. Miss Hedges stopped swinging her foot. So I will be careful, from now on, to do a little worse. Harry, it's all right, Mississippi. He stood up. He picked up his satchel. I don't think I'll need to do much worse. I don't think he'll hit me very much for very much longer. Harry, please sit down. Miss Hedges, Harry said, and his voice was his own and not his own, thank you for noticing. Please do not write anything down about this. If you do, it will make my life much harder for about 18 months and not solve the problem. May I please go home? He did not raise his voice. He did not beg. He looked at her steadily. Miss Hedges, who had been 8 years old once and who remembered what it was to want an adult to not fix things, did something she would think about for years afterward. She put the notice from social services into her drawer. Go home, Harry, she said. Thank you, Mississippi. He left. Behind him, after the door closed, Miss Hedges sat for a long time on the front of her desk and looked at the blackboard and wondered whether she had just done something extraordinarily kind or extraordinarily stupid, and what exactly she had met, that afternoon, wearing an 8-year-old boy. Come in, dear, said Mrs. Fig. Harry stepped into the front hall. It smelled of cats. The smell of cats was, he thought, a cover smell. You did not live in a house that reeked of cats unless you wanted an excuse for people not to come in. Mrs. Fig used cats the way a coastal village used low-tide smell. He noted this and smiled at her. It was very kind of you to let me come round, Harry said. Well, my aunt and uncle are at the garden center, Harry said, which was true, and I finished my homework early, and I thought I would come and ask if I could borrow a book. A book. I looked up at your front window last week, Harry said politely, and you have a wall of books behind the sofa. I haven't any books at our house. I just thought I'd ask. Mrs. Fig, Arabella Fig, retired squib, Dumbledore's observer for the past 7 years, blinked at him. What sort of book, dear? Anything. Harry smiled. I'm not picky. She led him through to the lounge. The lounge was dim and smelled of cabbage and cat and the faintest whiff of something mineral and pleasant that Harry had smelled in Little Whinging only once before, on the long black coat at the hedge. He did not remark on it. He did not ask her about her coat. He sat where she put him, at the edge of the sofa, and he let her give him a biscuit he did not eat and a cup of weak tea he drank in polite sips, and he listened to her tell him about Tibbles and Mr. Paws, and he catalogued the room. A framed photograph on the wall, a much younger Mrs. Fig at a wedding, standing next to a woman in robes. Robes. A cupboard with a latch too small for any child's toy, a latch that would fit the size of a rolled parchment. A stack of knitting, on an armchair, in a pattern Harry had never seen before, because no one in Little Whinging knitted in that pattern, because the pattern was a Celtic herringbone Harry would later learn was common in wizarding households from the 1930s. A black feather on the mantelpiece. Harry's eyes passed over the feather without stopping. "You've a lovely house, Mrs. Fig." "Oh, bless you, dear. May I take," and he went to her shelf, and he let his hand hover over 3 books and chose not the one he wanted, a history of Britain with a red cloth spine, but a children's encyclopedia of wildlife, because the encyclopedia of wildlife was the book a child would ask to borrow and because he did not want to reveal, this afternoon, that he was in a hurry to read history. "This one, please." "Of course, dear. You return it when you're done." "Thank you, Mrs. Fig." At the door, she touched his shoulder. "Harry," she said. Are you quite all right?" Harry looked up at her. For a fraction of a second, because she was old and because she was more perceptive than she was pretending, she saw something she had not expected to see. Not a boy's eyes. Older eyes. Eyes with too much in them. Then Harry smiled and said, "Yes, thank you, I'm very well," and the older eyes were gone. Mrs. Fig closed the door behind him and leaned her forehead against it. She did not sit down for 20 minutes. When she did sit down, it was to write a very short letter to an address in Scotland, which she then did not send, because her instructions had been to send nothing dramatic, and anything she tried to say about what she had just seen in the eyes of Lily Potter's son would be extremely dramatic. She burnt the letter and fed Tibbles. She did not sleep well. That night, he reopened the cupboard door inventory. "Resources," he said. "Updated. Kryptonian memories, 60%. Magic, confirmed. Small. Responsive. Reactive to breath work. Ember in scar, subdued. Monitoring. Observer, confirmed, at least one, non-hostile at distance. New resource, grass." Grass, Harry thought, was one thing he could experiment on without any of the Dursleys noticing. The garden was enormous by his standards. The garden was a laboratory. 3 years, he said again. He lay back on his mattress. He pressed the scar on his forehead with one small finger. The ember flinched. "In 3 years, passenger, we will have a conversation, you and I. Not before. If you behave until then, I will consider employment. If you do not, I will find a way to remove you. I hope you can hear me, because I would hate to be misunderstood in this matter." The ember did not move. "Good night," Harry said. He closed his eyes. He slept a clean, cold, unbroken sleep, and in it he was standing on a step terrace above the City of Candor, and a wind smelling of ozone and oiled iron lifted his cloak, and the people below him in their thousands looked up. He raised his hand. He did not say anything. He did not need to. They were his. He woke. It was Sunday. He rolled over and drew a 4th mark on the back of the cupboard door, and beneath the 4 marks, in small careful block print, he wrote, "Plan." Underneath it, on the next line, Step 1, Survive Privet Drive. Underneath that, Step 2, Acquire a library. Underneath that, he paused, and then wrote, with the very small flicker of amusement that was the closest thing Druzad had ever had to a laugh, Step 3, Meet the Watcher at the hedge. He capped the pencil. He tucked it, and the feather, back under his pillow. He lay down and put his hands behind his head and looked up at the dusty underside of the stairs. The wiring hummed in the walls. Harry heard it, more clearly than he had ever heard anything. Not with his ears. He smiled, small and certain, in the cupboard under the stairs. 3 years. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Diagonal Conquest. Vernon kicked the door of the rented hut once and the rusted hinge gave a loud, undignified squeak. "That's my last word on it," he said. "We are not on this island because I've gone soft. We are on this island because they cannot find us on this island. If they want to send another ruddy letter, they'll have to swim. Petunia held a candle. The candle shook. Harry sat in the corner in his oversized jumper and watched his uncle bolt the door, and did nothing, because the only useful action at this hour, with the storm outside and the door bolted and Vernon in this state, was not action. It was 11 o'clock. He had let Vernon get them this far because the hut on the rock served Harry's purposes. He had let Vernon refuse to open the first letter, then the dozen letters, then the 100 letters, then the 40 letters that came down the chimney, because each refusal had set Vernon another inch deeper into a corner he could not reverse out of. He had let Vernon drive them across 3 counties and a pier and a stretch of black water in a hired dinghy with 2 leaks, because the more frightened Vernon was, the more useful Vernon was. By the time the door slammed, Vernon's authority in this family had been broken, not by Harry, by Vernon himself, by the spectacle of a 40-stone man snarling at owls. Petunia had not spoken to Vernon directly in 3 days. Dudley had cried twice. Harry had said nothing. Outside, the sea broke against the rock. Harry waited. He waited until Vernon snored. He waited until Petunia, on the second sleeping bag, had stopped breathing in the careful pretending way. He waited until the candle guttered out. He counted, in his head, in seconds, to 2,000. He sat in the dark of a leaky shack and counted. At 1 minute past midnight the door of the hut shook on its hinges. "Open up," boomed a voice that was wider than the door. "Right, open up, I haven't got all night." The door fell off its hinges. A man so big Harry had to redo his estimate of the size of the room came in. He had hair to his elbows and a beard to his belt, and rain dripped from him in a small rapid rhythm onto the cement floor. He held an umbrella the color of a child's drawing of pink, and he looked around the shack with frank disgust. He saw Harry. His face changed. "Harry," he said. He did not raise his voice. He sat down, the floorboards complained, and he held out his enormous hand. "Last time I saw ya, were a baby. Ya look just like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry stood up. He looked at Hagrid for a moment, taking measurements, shoulder-to-shoulder span, mass, balance, gait, speech cadence, the slight wand-shaped lump in the inside pocket of the moleskin coat. He noted the umbrella. He noted, also, the kindness, the open, simple, unguarded kindness of a man who had not expected to be loved by a child and who would, accordingly, be loved by this one. He extended his own hand and put it inside Hagrid's. "How do you do?" he said. Hagrid laughed, which sounded like furniture moving. "How d'ye do? Bless your heart, how d'ye do? Serious. I'm sorry. Your dad's friend used to say that to him." "Never mind." Hagrid pulled an umbrella pink cake out of an inner pocket. The cake had been crushed slightly. "Many happy returns of the day." Harry took the cake. "It's tomorrow," he said. "Eh? My birthday." "Well, yes, but, close enough." "Close enough." Hagrid's eyes glittered. "Been a long time, this. Your parents, Lily and James, best friends I ever, well." He coughed. "Pack your things, Harry. We've got a deal ter do and I've got ter get ye to London." "London," said Vernon's voice from across the shack. The conversation that followed Harry mostly let Hagrid have. It would have taken Harry 70 seconds to demolish his uncle in front of Hagrid, to peel away every soft underside Vernon had, but Hagrid was already doing the work, and Hagrid's version of the work was loud, righteous, accidentally funny, and exactly the sort of demonstration of magical authority that the Dursleys would remember and cower from for the next 7 years. Hagrid took the umbrella and made Dudley a pig's tail. Vernon hid behind the table. Petunia covered her mouth. Dudley wailed. Harry watched. He watched the way an officer watches a colleague botch a seduction. There was technique here, technique he would not adopt, but technique nevertheless. When Hagrid left to pack the dinghy he leaned down close and Harry, because he was now a small boy and one was expected to express small boy reactions, said Hagrid. Eh. My parents weren't in a car crash, were they? Hagrid looked at him. His enormous face fell slowly through 3 expressions in succession: surprise, sympathy, dread. They told me they were drunk. Vernon Dursley. The name shook the shack. Harry, at 5 paces distance, did not so much as blink. Diagon Alley smelled like gunpowder and almonds. Harry stood under the stone archway and ran his eyes across the architecture once, sweeping from the bake shop on the left to the broom shop on the right, and made a tactical map of it before he had taken a step in. 2 main thoroughfares, branching at the cauldron shop, joined at Gringotts. 3 side alleys visible. One, dim and crooked, with a sign reading Nocturn, a residential or low-trade district, if he had to guess, and probably also where contraband moved. 1 bank. 1 pharmacy. 1 menagerie. 1 wand shop. The wand shop's window was small. Dust on the windowsill suggested the proprietor swept at most twice a year. Harry filed that fact. Mr. Ollivander did not see the worth of presentation. That made him either very secure in his trade or very eccentric. This way, Harry, Hagrid boomed, and people parted around them like a wake. Harry walked beside Hagrid and kept his head turned slightly down, because there were already eyes on him, and the more eyes that did not get a clear view of his face today, the better. His scar was on display only when he wanted it to be. Gringotts first, said Hagrid. Ye need money. Hagrid, may I ask, is the bank run by goblins? Aye. Best place in the world, Harry, and the worst. Don, get on the wrong side of M, and ye'll be safer than the Bank of England. I see. Worst comes to worst, the Sorting Hat said it, the safest place in the world after Hogwarts is Gringotts. Hagrid scratched his beard. Anyway. The bronze-doored building rose ahead of them, and the inscription above the inner doorway was something Harry, long-dead general, future emperor of however much of this strange wet country he could be bothered to take, took a moment to actually read. He stopped on the threshold and read it carefully. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. Harry mouthed the rest. He noted the meter. He noted the punctuation. He noted, as he moved past the doors, that the goblin guards on either side did not look up at Hagrid, they looked up at him, both of them, both at once, and one of them, the smaller, with the long pale fingers, drew a slow breath in through his teeth. Harry inclined his head, fractionally, to the smaller goblin. The smaller goblin inclined his head fractionally back. Harry walked on. In the great marble hall, Hagrid bellowed about a Mr. Harry Potter and a vault 787 and a key, and a goblin with a face like crumpled paper took the key and read it, and a cart rattled forward, and Hagrid stuffed himself into it with much groaning, and Harry climbed in beside him. Don't tell me ye've never been on a roller coaster, Hagrid said. I have not. Ye'll like this one or ye'll hate it. The cart plunged. Harry did not, in fact, react. He sat very straight beside Hagrid as the cart carved through the dark, and he took the temperature of the air at each bend. It dropped 4 degrees at the first split, 6 at the second. The deeper vaults were significantly colder, which suggested either climate magic or significant depth or both, and he watched the goblin's hand on the brake, relaxed. The goblin had done this thousands of times, and he watched Hagrid's face go gradually green. Hagrid was airsick. Hagrid. Don't, Harry. I can't talk. I won't. He did not. They reached Vault 787 and Hagrid disgorged from the cart and held himself up against the wall. In the vault, more gold than Harry had expected. Less than he would have thought James Potter and Lily Potter ought to have had, given that James Potter, Hagrid had let slip on the cart up to here, had been the heir of the Potter line. Either there were other vaults, or this one had been managed, skimmed, more likely. Harry made a small mental note to ask the goblins, eventually, in private, whether the principal had grown over a decade in trust or not, or his parents had not been as wealthy as his bloodline suggested. Harry filled his money pouch. He filled it carefully. He took a small handful of bronze nuts that he did not technically need and pocketed them separately. Then they made a second stop, much deeper, at a vault with no number on it, and Hagrid, recovering his color, hopped out and wagged a finger at Harry. "Yeah, stay here. Hogwarts business." "Of course." The goblin opened the vault. It was, Harry noted, empty except for a small grubby package on the floor. Hagrid swept up the package, tucked it inside his coat, and slammed the door himself. "Right," he said. "Up we go." "Harry, in the cart," said Hagrid. What was in the package?" "Nothin' ya need ter know, Harry. Hogwarts business." "All right." Harry let it sit. He had memorized the goblin's face at the deeper vault, the lock combination of 3 flicked tooth points, and the slope of the corridor. The deep vault was, he calculated, 60 feet below the bedrock and 400 feet southeast of the surface entrance. Whatever the Hogwarts business was, it would now be in the school, and Harry would find it eventually, because nothing that could fit in a coat pocket and was worth a goblin descent was unimportant. "Hagrid," he said again, mildly. "Are you well? You look pale. Don't worry about me." I'd like to learn how to worry about people," Harry said, and meant exactly enough of it that Hagrid, surfacing from his airsickness, glanced at him with sudden tenderness. "You're all right, Harry," Hagrid said. "You're a good lad." Harry looked away modestly. "Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Harry stood on a footstool while a witch with a measuring tape charmed his hems, and watched the boy on the next stool sniff at him. The boy was pale, sharp-featured, and combed with a precision that suggested the comb had been wielded by a parent who had not let go yet. He wore robes already, he did not need adjusting, he was here for show. His chin lifted when Harry stepped onto the next stool. "Hogwarts, too," the boy said. "Yes. My father's next door buying my books. My mother's buying my wand. Then I'm dragging them to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and smuggle it in somehow." Harry watched him in the mirror. "What's your name?" the boy said. The boy expected one of two replies, a deferential muttering of something common, or an arrogant counterthrust of pedigree. Harry had not yet decided whether to give either, and so, while he was deciding, he gave a third. "Yours first." The boy blinked. He recovered fast, Harry noted approvingly, "Draco Malfoy." "Harry." "Harry what?" "Just Harry." Draco looked at him, mouth slightly open. "Just Harry doesn't tell me anything. It tells you what I would prefer to be called by you." A flicker of confusion. Then a flicker of, almost, respect. "My father says," Draco began, "that the wrong sort." "Your father did not send you to Madame Malkin's to discuss the wrong sort, Draco." Harry smiled mildly. "Your father sent you in here so he could conduct business in Noctturn Alley without your mother's eyes on him. He left you here because Madame Malkin will not let an 11-year-old boy buy anything dangerous. He'll be back in 8 minutes. It would be wise of us to make a friendly impression on each other in those 8 minutes, because friendly impressions made between two boys on stools are the foundation of 100 political careers, and Hogwarts will want both of us to take sides." Draco's mouth went all the way open. How do you know my father went to? He has a stick of you in his belt, the kind that bends with the body when you sit but not when you stand. I saw him through the door as you came in. You is a dueling wand. A dueling wand is for trouble. Trouble is rarely transacted on the main thoroughfare." Harry tilted his head. "Did I guess wrong?" No, you didn't, but you can't know that. I noticed it, I didn't know it." "Noticing isn't knowing." "I made a guess." Harry gentled his voice. "Don't be frightened of me, Draco. I am not your enemy unless you decide to be mine." Draco closed his mouth. Then he opened it again, slowly, and smiled, in spite of himself, a careful sharp-edged smile that he had been trained out of and that had snuck through. "You're not what I expected," he said. "No one is, the first time you meet them," Harry said. He inclined his head. "Owl me, if you'd like. I'll be at school. I'm sure they have a way to find me." Madame Malkin clipped his last hem. "You're done, dear." Harry stepped down. He left Draco on his stool, half-turned, looking after him with the expression of a boy who has been given a very interesting puzzle to take home. In the doorway of the shop, Harry passed Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was tall, beautiful, and platinum blonde, with eyes the color of sleet and a walking stick of black wood capped in silver. The silver cap was a snake. The eyes of the snake were emerald. The wand was inside the stick. It was not subtle. Lucius's eyes landed on Harry's forehead. The eyes did not move for one full second. "Mr. Potter," said Lucius softly. "Mr. Malfoy. You know me. I noticed your son's resemblance to you while we were both being measured." Harry smiled, polite. "I'm sorry, sir, I haven't placed your business connection. Are you on the school's board of governors?" "I am, in fact." "Then no doubt I shall see you again." Harry inclined his head a precise quarter-inch. "Pleasure to meet you. Please excuse me." He did not break eye contact as he stepped past. Lucius Malfoy did not move for some seconds after Harry had gone. When Lucius walked into the shop, Draco said, "Father, I know who you just met, Draco." Lucius's voice was thoughtful. "Tell me everything he said to you." "Everything. From the first word." Ollivander's was darker than Harry had expected and dustier than he had wanted. Boxes climbed the walls in their thousands, stacked to the ceiling, in dust 2 fingers deep on the upper shelves. Harry stood in the middle of the floor with his hands behind his back and waited. A voice from his ear, "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Harry did not turn. "Mr. Ollivander. Don't do that." A pause. Ollivander stepped around into Harry's view. He was small, and white, and looked as if a strong breeze would take him to the back wall. His silver eyes widened. You are not surprised." "I felt the air move." Ollivander's eyebrows climbed. He took a tape measure out of his sleeve. The tape measure began to move on its own. Harry stood still and let it. "It seems only yesterday I sold your mother her first wand. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Willow. A nice wand for charm work." Ollivander's face was wistful. "And your father, in here a year before that. Mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power, and excellent for transfiguration." He turned. He climbed his ladder. He came down with a box. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. Try." Harry took the wand. Nothing. The wand sat in his hand like a stick. "No." Ollivander snatched it back. "No. Not even a little. Try this. Maple and phoenix feather. Nothing. Ebony and unicorn, nothing." By the 7th wand, Ollivander was perspiring. By the 15th, he was muttering. By the 23rd, he had brought out a wand from a black box at the back, and Harry had felt a small, warm kick when his fingers closed on it. He had said quietly, "This one is interested in me, Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander froze. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Supple. He looked at Harry's hand. He looked at Harry's face. He took the wand back very carefully. "Curious," he murmured. "Curious. Tell me what is curious, sir." That phoenix gave another feather. "Just one other. The wand that left this shop with one other feather from that bird gave you that scar." A silence. Harry, internally, Druzad, deeper than Harry, registered a piece of information with the sort of cold pleasure he had felt at the cupboard door 8 years ago. He kept his face soft. I see. It is curious, Harry said. Yes. I think I would prefer a different one, please. Ollivander stared. There is no different one, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said gently. I am not yet a wizard. I am a customer. I would prefer a wand that did not share a feather with whatever struck me as a baby. I will pay you for 2 wands today. I will keep this one, yes, it will work, you and I both know it. And you will sell me a second. Ollivander's mouth worked. Mr. Potter, this is highly profitable. Yes. Bring out the wand at the back of the topmost shelf, third from the left, the one in the unmarked box. The one nobody has ever bought. Ollivander's eyes, silver, clear, amazed, went very slowly to the third box on the topmost shelf. How did you know there was? I didn't. I guessed. The dust on that shelf is undisturbed except in 3 places. 2 of them are the boxes you have already taken down for me. The third is older. The wand inside it has not been moved in years. Bring it down. Please. A slow climb. A very slow descent. Ollivander placed the box on the counter and opened it. Inside lay a wand of pale ash, with a black grain, and a faint warmth came off it. Ash and thestral hair, Ollivander whispered. 12.5 inches. Unbending. I made it 46 years ago. It has not chosen anyone. It is not, I would have said, a wand that would choose anyone. Thestral is not a common core at all, and a wand of thestral hair will choose only one who has seen death. Yes. Harry put his hand on it. The wand, on the counter, sat up. Sparks of white-blue fire burst from the tip and crawled up the length of it and lifted the wand a half-inch off the wood, and Harry felt, in both hands at once, the recognition of the universe of one of his own. He picked it up. He held it very loosely. I will take both, he said. How much do I owe you, Mr. Ollivander? Ollivander said nothing for some time. He said, eventually, 14 galleons. For both. For both. Harry laid out the coin. He bowed, because it was the appropriate gesture for a man who had handed him the second wand without, in the end, an argument. Thank you. I'll see myself out. At the door he paused. Mr. Ollivander. Yes, Mr. Potter. You will tell Albus Dumbledore about the second wand. It was not a question. Ollivander's mouth opened. You will tell him, Harry said, gentle, and you will tell him that the second wand was my idea, and you will tell him that I asked you to tell him. Please don't soften it. He will draw conclusions. They will be useful conclusions for him. Good evening. He stepped out into Diagon Alley. He breathed in the air. The air smelled, very faintly, of ozone. Noctturn Alley was off the main lane, and Hagrid had wandered into the apothecary for a private word about a leech infestation, and Harry had 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough. He stepped into the crooked side street with his hands in his robe pockets and his face composed. It smelled of vinegar and old fur. The cobbles ran downhill. The shop fronts were half-shuttered and the proprietors were old and thin in a way the Diagon proprietors were not. A young woman in dark robes was haggling with a man over a small bottle of something with a milky surface. Harry filed her face. A larger man in a butcher's apron, with what was emphatically not a pig hung in his window, looked up at Harry and looked down again immediately, because Harry was 11 and Nocturne was no place for 11, and the butcher had children of his own. Harry walked down the street at a pace that suggested he knew where he was going. He did not know where he was going. He let his feet pick. They picked him to the third doorway on the left, behind a crooked black sign that read Borgin and Burke's, and he stopped on the threshold and did not enter. Inside, Partly visible through the dim glass, a tall blond man stood at the counter making a quiet hand gesture to the proprietor. Lucius Malfoy. Harry stepped back into the shadow of the next doorway and watched. Lucius Malfoy laid a small object on the counter. Harry could not see it clearly, only that it was the size of a thumb and bound in a black cloth. The proprietor, Borgin, presumably, a hunched man with greedy hands, leaned forward and looked at it for a long minute, and then he covered it with his own hand and shook his head once, fast. Lucius said something that Harry could not hear. Borgin shook his head a second time, more sharply. Lucius picked the cloth-bound thing back up and put it in his pocket. He turned to leave. Harry stepped further back into the doorway and let him pass on the other side of the street without noticing him. Lucius Malfoy walked out of Noctturn Alley with the same stick, the same blonde hair, the same precision of step, and Harry, who had stopped breathing for the precise 3 seconds Lucius's profile passed his line of sight, let his breath out and made a third mental note for the day. Lucius Malfoy was carrying contraband he did not trust to a Nocturne fence. Lucius Malfoy was, accordingly, in a position so fragile he was unwilling to consign even small dangerous things to a man whose business was the consignment of small dangerous things. Lucius Malfoy was afraid. Harry, 11 years old, in a robe 2 inches too long at the cuff, smiled at the cobbles of Nocturn Alley and went back the way he had come. He met Hagrid coming out of the apothecary. "Where've ya? I was looking at the menagerie window, Hagrid. The Kneasel kittens. Ah, them's lovely." Hagrid put a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Right, books next." "Right." In flourish and blots the smell was paper, paper, paper. Harry walked the shelves. He took down the textbooks on the list. He added, with the privately acquired nuts he had pocketed at Gringotts, 2 books that were not on the list, Hogwarts, a history, which would be politically useful, and the art of diplomatic discretion, Wizarding Britain since 1700, which the assistant looked at twice before ringing it up. A small voice at his elbow, "Excuse me. Is that the Standard Charms book?" He turned. A girl, his age, with bushy brown hair and front teeth a fraction too large for her mouth and eyes already bright with the fear of doing something wrong in a shop she did not understand. Behind her stood 2 adults who were emphatically not magical, clean linen, calf leather, a pair of professional smiles edged in panic. "Yes," Harry said. "Are you starting Hogwarts in September?" "Yes." "Are you?" "Yes. I'm Hermione Granger. These are my parents, they're dentists." Hermione said the word dentists at a slightly higher volume than was necessary, the way a person at a funeral might say cousin. I was just trying to. They don't know any of this and I don't either, and I've been reading the books on the train but I don't, Hermione." Harry handed her his Charms textbook. "Take this one. I'll get another. The next aisle has magical theory. I would buy that one if I were you. I would also buy a history of magic and start the first 3 chapters before the 1st of September. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger." He shook each of their hands. "Your daughter is going to be the most prepared first year on the platform. I should warn you, she will also be one of the more important people in the school within a week. I would buy her a trunk. Get the one from Hopper's, 3 doors down, the one in oak. Yes. She'll need it." Mrs. Granger blinked. Are you also a, "Yes," Harry said. "And I would very much like, with your permission, to write to Hermione over the summer. We will be friends, if she is willing. I would consider it a kindness." "Oh," Mrs. Granger said, charmed in the precise way Harry had intended. Hermione looked at Harry with the slightly affronted look of someone unaccustomed to being managed by another child. "Are you," she said, "always like this?" "No," Harry said. "I'm doing my best to be polite. We can argue at school." She laughed, surprised, and then she stopped laughing, because behind Harry, in the doorway of flourish and blots, a man in a pale turban stood holding the door open and looking, not at the books, not at the assistant, not at Hermione's parents, at the back of Harry Potter's head. Harry did not turn. He felt the heat of the gaze on the small bone above his nape. He felt, with absolute and detailed certainty, the second presence in the room that the man in the turban carried with him, a small ember of the same flavor as the ember in his scar, though larger, older, more diffuse, attached to something that had once been a man. "Hermione," Harry said pleasantly, eyes on her. "I will buy these books and meet you at the door. Mr. Granger, I will write Hermione a letter in 2 weeks." It was a real pleasure. He did not move toward the door for a deliberate count of 15 seconds. He let the man in the turban, who could feel his attention. When he turned he was smiling. The man in the turban, whose name Harry did not yet know aloud, dropped his eyes to the carpet. "Excuse me, sir," Harry said softly, walking past him. "May I get the door?" "PP please." Harry held the door open. The man in the turban scuttled past him and out into the alley with his head down and his hand pressed to the back of his head as though something were burning there. Harry watched him go. He watched until the turban turned the corner of the apothecary and was lost. "Hermione," he said, turning back into the shop. "I'm sorry. Where were we?" He met Hagrid at the cauldron at 5. Hagrid, who had spent the hour at the menagerie buying him an owl, a snowy white one of breathtaking elegance, which Harry would discreetly name Hedwig and discreetly love within an hour, was uneasy. "Yeah, look, I'm fine, Hagrid." "Yeah, look like y've been thinkin', dot." "Yes." Hagrid put down a butterbeer in front of him. "There's never good in a kid your age, thinkin'. What's eatin', yeah?" Harry took a sip. The butterbeer was warm and sweet and fizzed against the roof of his mouth. "Hagrid." He set the bottle down. "Tell me about Voldemort." Hagrid spilled his. "Don't say his, I'm going to say his name. I am going to say it because the wizarding world's habit of refusing to say a word is absurd, and because I would like to know what I will be expected to fear at school, and because," he kept his voice very gentle, "because the man in the turban back at Flourish and Blots had a smell on him that I would like to identify, and you have known more about that man than anyone else in this country, Hagrid. What can you tell me?" Hagrid stared. "Harry," he said, please tell me the man in the turban, what was his name?" "That'd be Quirrel. He's startin' as the defense professor in September. He's been off in Albania." "He's not, Harry, what did ya feel?" "I felt," Harry said carefully, "a passenger." Hagrid went a slow, appalled white. "Harry," he whispered, "Harry, listen, it's not, yeah shouldn't, I'm not afraid of him, Hagrid. Harry, I'm not afraid of him." Harry took another sip of butterbeer. "I don't like him. I don't like that he came near me. I don't like that he came near Hermione. I will, at school, do something about him in due course. Tell me, please. Tell me about Voldemort. Tell me what he was. Tell me what he is." And Hagrid, because he had not been able to deny Lily Potter's son anything in Lily Potter's son's whole life, told him. He told the story badly and at great length, and Harry sat and listened to all of it. The Dark Lord. The Death Eaters. The disappearances. The uncles and aunts the children of the country had not known they had had. The night at Godric's Hollow. The flash. The empty cradle. The boy who had, somehow, lived. Harry listened. When Hagrid wound down, mopping his enormous face with a tea towel, Harry said, "Hagrid. Thank you. You're all right, Harry." Harry tilted his head. "And Hagrid, please don't tell anyone what I asked you tonight. Not Albus Dumbledore. Especially not Albus Dumbledore. I would like, when I meet him, to meet him on my terms." "May I ask that?" Hagrid hesitated. "Hagrid? I won't tell him." "Thank you." Harry smiled at him. He picked up the cage with the snowy owl in it. The owl looked at him for the first time. The owl's eyes were yellow, intelligent, and Harry, on instinct, dipped his head a fraction to it as he had dipped his head to the goblin. The owl dipped its head back. "Hello," Harry said softly. "Hedwig." The owl ruffled her feathers. It was a name. It was hers. She accepted it. In an Albanian forest 2,000 miles east, in a body that had not been Quirrel's body for very long, the Dark Lord opened his stolen mouth and screamed, very softly, into the trees. The 11-year-old he had just nearly walked into in a London bookshop had not been a child. The 11-year-old he had just nearly walked into in a London bookshop had not been a wizard. The 11-year-old he had just nearly walked into in a London bookshop had been the lighthouse beam in human form, and the beam had passed across him at half a meter's range, and the beam had not killed him only because the beam, for whatever obscure reason, had decided that it was not yet time. "Master." Quirrel's voice was a thin trembling whisper. "Master, what did we just, be silent," hissed the back of Quirrel's head. "Master, please, be silent, Quirinus." Quirrel, weeping, walked. The Dark Lord, attached to the back of Quirrel's head, did something he had not done in 70 years. He thought, with absolute precision, about retreat. He decided against it. Retreat from a child was beneath him. Retreat from a child whose name he had spent the last 10 years cursing in his sleep was beyond beneath him. He would go to Hogwarts. He would observe. He would, at need, kill. He would not be the first to flinch. It did not occur to the Dark Lord, that night in Albania, that flinching is a thing one does only after one has decided to fight. To decide not to retreat, in the presence of a beam that had looked at one and chosen not to act, is to flinch. Retroactively. The Dark Lord had, in his own private estimation, flinched the moment he chose not to leave the country. He would never admit it. He did not need to. Harry already knew. In a tower in Scotland, an old man read a letter that had not been sent. The letter had been picked, very carefully, out of the ash in a fireplace in Little Whinging that morning by a phoenix that had no business taking such an interest in an unsent letter, and the phoenix had brought the letter, half-burnt, to the man in the tower. The man in the tower had pieced it together by hand, with his fingers, because magic was insufficient for the task. He read it in silence. He set it down. He stood and walked to his window. In the courtyard, 1,000 feet below, the September sun was preparing to rise. "Fox," he said. The phoenix opened an eye. He frightened Arabella. Fox did not respond. "I have been telling myself for 3 years that we are not, perhaps, in a worse situation than I had imagined. I have been telling myself this in spite of the wobbling of my instruments, and the discontinuity of his trace, and the testimony of every observer I have on the perimeter of his life. I have been telling myself this because the alternative was to act before I knew what I was acting against, and that is the way one loses a war one might have won by waiting." He turned from the window. But he did not finish the sentence. He stood with his hand on the chair back for a long time. Then he sat down and wrote a letter of his own, by hand, to a man called Severus Snape, whose handwriting on the envelope would be the only handwriting on the envelope, and in the letter he asked Severus Snape to do something he had not asked Severus Snape to do in 10 years. He asked him to be afraid. The last night at Privet Drive was very quiet. Vernon did not speak to Harry. Petunia set a plate of sandwiches on the cupboard step and did not knock. Dudley, who had said hardly anything for 2 weeks since returning from the island with a remedial pig's tail still fluttering about his backside, lurked at the bottom of the stairs as Harry packed and said, finally, awkwardly, "Harry." Harry looked up from his trunk. "Yes, Dudley. Will you come back? In the summer?" "Oh." Dudley scratched his neck. Will they fix my, yes, Dudley? I think, probably, in a few months, it will fall off on its own. If it doesn't, I'll bring someone home who can fix it." "Oh." Dudley's lip wobbled. "Thanks." Harry watched his cousin for a moment, 15 stone, a frightened boy whose world had turned inside out in a single August, and did something that he would not have done on any Kryptonian world that had ever existed. He stood up and he put a hand on his cousin's shoulder. Briefly. Firmly. The way a commander lays a hand on the shoulder of a subaltern who has had a very bad day. "Dudley," he said. "I'm not your enemy. I haven't been your enemy for a long time. Your father is what has been your enemy. You and I will talk, when I come back in the summer, about what you would like your life to be. Is that all right?" Dudley, stunned, nodded. Harry went back to his trunk. He did not say anything to Vernon in the morning. Vernon did not look up from his paper. Petunia, at the door, with her hands trembling around a thermos of tea she had pretended to make for Harry but which Harry did not accept, said nothing either. Only at the gate, when Harry turned to give one last glance back, she said, thinly, without meeting his eye, good luck, boy." Harry tilted his head. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." He walked down the drive. He did not look back again. On the London train, he thought about the letter Ollivander would now be writing. He thought about the letter Mrs. Figg had already burnt. He thought about the precise moment at which Lucius Malfoy had put the black cloth package in his pocket and decided not to sell it. He thought about Hagrid sitting at the leaky cauldron, innocent, kind, oblivious, already, in all probability, worrying at the corner of Harry's request not to tell Dumbledore and deciding, eventually, that he had to tell Dumbledore. Harry counted, in his head, the number of known observers he had acquired in a single week. 5. 6, possibly, if one counted Petunia. He did not, technically, because Petunia did not know what she was observing. 5, then. 5 observers in 7 days was more than he would have wanted to acquire in a month. He adjusted, privately, the timeline. 3 years of slow inventory had become 5 months of acceleration. He would arrive at Hogwarts not as a first year being absorbed, but as something already moving. He would have to match the pace to the board. He would have to find, before Christmas, at least 3 reliable lieutenants, and by Easter at least 1 reliable adult ally, and by summer term at least 1 true hand inside the enemy camp, which meant, he thought, either inside Dumbledore's circle or inside Voldemort's, and it would be interesting to see which he acquired first. He looked out of the train window. The London suburbs rushed past, rows of brick, patches of green, strings of washing. A very ordinary country. A country that did not know it was aboard. He smiled. On a train platform that, Hermione had assured her parents, did not exist, Harry stood in his school robes with his trunk at his feet and his snowy owl in her cage and his second wand in his sleeve and his first wand in his belt and the small bright September sun on his face, and he watched the families come and go. He watched the red-headed woman call after her daughter. He watched the freckled boys argue. He watched the pale boy from Madame Malkin's pretend not to recognize him from the doorway of the next carriage. He stood very still on platform 9 3/4 and breathed in the smoke of the Hogwarts Express, and, very quietly, in the language he had thought in 8 years ago in a cupboard, he said, "Step 3 is complete." He picked up his trunk. He smiled. He boarded the train. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Sorting Crisis. The carriage was empty when Harry slid the compartment door shut behind him. He set Hedwig's cage on the bench and let his trunk down with a quiet thump and sat with his back to the corridor side of the window so that he could see the door before whoever was about to open the door could see him. He kept his hands folded in his lap. He waited. He did not have to wait long. The first knock was small and sharp and apologetic, and it came in the form of a round-faced boy who pushed the door open with his elbow because both his hands were full of Toad. The Toad was struggling. "Sorry," the boy said. Has anyone seen, sorry, are you all right if you've lost your Toad," Harry said. He's in your hands. May I help?" The boy looked down at his hands as though noticing them for the first time. "Oh. Sit down for a moment. You look about to drop him." The boy sat down. He blinked. He extended the toad toward Harry like an offering, and Harry, after a careful pause, took the toad, and held it gently with 2 hands, and the toad squirmed once and then stilled, perhaps because Harry's grip was firmer and more certain than the boy's, perhaps because the toad, like the snowy owl in the cage, sensed, dimly, that the new hands wished it well. "What's your name?" "Neville." "Neville Longbottom." "Harry." Neville opened his mouth, then closed it. Then opened it. Then closed it. He had recognized the scar. It would happen all morning. Harry would, eventually, have to begin meeting people without a fringe. "Don't," Harry said gently. "Don't make a fuss. Tell me about the toad. What's his name?" "Trevor." "Trevor. Hello, Trevor." Harry inclined his head to the toad. The toad blinked. "Neville, I think Trevor needs a box. Toads don't like to be carried. We will, when we get to Hogwarts, find Trevor a box with damp moss and a stone, and Trevor will live a happier life. Until then, may I keep him for you? He doesn't seem to mind me." Neville looked at Harry as though Harry were the first person in his life to ever assume Neville knew what was best for his own toad. You'd do that." "I'd be glad to." "Sit. Tell me about your family." My family?" "Yes. Tell me where you live. Tell me about your gran. Tell me what you'd like the school to be." Neville sat. He told. He told for 20 minutes, haltingly at first and then without halting, about a manor in the country and a gran who frightened him and an uncle who had once dropped him out of an upstairs window to see if magic would catch him and a memory book his great-uncle Algy had bought him for his 11th birthday and the way it had filled, that morning, with smoke that Neville had not understood. Harry listened. Harry listened the way he had once listened to junior officers brief him on supply chains, which is to say, with absolute attention and no facial expressions to encourage hurry. When Neville was done, slumped, slightly pink, much calmer, Harry said, "Neville." "Yes. Thank you for telling me. I will keep what you've told me to myself. Your Uncle Algy is a fool and I'd like, when we meet him, to make him understand that. Your gran is not a fool but she is afraid for you, and the way she is showing it is making you afraid of her, which is the opposite of what she wants. I think when we go home for Christmas you and I might write her a letter together. Would you like that?" Yes. Good. We'll do that. Eat your sweet." Neville ate the chocolate frog Harry handed him. Trevor, by Harry's elbow, croaked a quiet, satisfied, settled croak. The second knock was louder. A red-haired boy with a smudge of something on his nose stood there, freckled, tall for his age, with a jumper Harry recognized from his observations on the platform as being knitted by hand by a woman who had knitted 7 of them this autumn. "Mind if I sit? Everywhere else is full. Please." The boy sat. He looked at Harry. He looked at the scar. He stared. Harry waited, patient. "Are you, bloody hell, are you really?" "I am." "Please don't." "What's it like?" Quite ordinary. It itches in cold weather." "What's your name?" "Ron Weasley." "Pleased to meet you, Ron." Harry did not extend his hand. Ron, 14 seconds later, extended his, and Harry took it. Ron was useful. Ron was useful in that Ron was loud, open, gossipy, well connected to a large family of the right sort of people in the right places, and in the longer term, Ron would be a powerful ally, once the small matter of Ron's resentments could be quietly relieved. The boy had grown up 6th out of 7, and he carried, around his shoulders, the slight permanent stoop of a child who had inherited everything he owned. He did not hide it well. He blurted it. He blurted, in the first 10 minutes of acquaintance, 6 different jealousies of his older brothers, 3 of which he immediately tried to take back, and Harry filed each one without remark. When the trolley came, Harry bought every cake on it. Ron's eyes went wide. You don't have to, I will, said Harry, and he counted out the coins without flourish, and he laid the cakes on the bench between them, and he said, we'll share. Neville, you too. I have never had a friend to share food with. I would like to. Sit forward. They sat forward. The chocolate frogs and the cauldron cakes and the pumpkin pasties dwindled, and Ron, between mouthfuls, told them about every Quidditch team in Britain, and Neville told them about the Mimbulus Mimbletonia he was hoping his Uncle Algy would buy him for his birthday, and Harry watched the corridor through the gap in the door curtain and noted who passed. A pale girl with very dark hair and a Slytherin patch stitched onto the inside of her trunk lid, visible only as she opened the trunk in the next compartment, passed twice, looking for something, never quite finding it. Daphne Greengrass. Harry made a note. A girl with a long blonde plait, Slytherin too, paused outside the compartment and almost knocked and then walked past. He filed her also. Hermione Granger came through eventually, looking for Neville's toad, and saw Trevor on Harry's wrist, and stopped. Oh, she said. Neville, Harry, you found him, sit down, Hermione. I was looking for, oh, Neville, I'm so glad. Sit, Harry said, and pushed the cauldron cake plate at her. You're prepared. Tell me what you've already read. Tell me what you don't yet understand. We have an hour. She sat. She talked. By the time the train slowed she had eaten 3 cakes she had not meant to eat, had explained the difference between Transfiguration and Conjuration in detail Ron did not pretend to follow, and had, Harry noticed, with quiet satisfaction, stopped repeatedly looking around the compartment for permission to keep talking. At the door, when she rose to change into her robes in the next compartment, Hermione hesitated. Harry. Yes. You're not what they said. What did they say? That you'd be, I read in the books, on the train, you're quite famous, did you know? I knew. You don't seem famous. Harry smiled. I'm not, he said. Yet. The 4th knock came when Ron and Neville were in the bathroom. It was not so much a knock as a slow, considered tap, a single knuckle rapped once against the glass, and Harry, after a count of 2, said, It's open. The door slid back. The girl with the long blonde plait stood in the doorway in her traveling robes with one hand braced on the frame and her grey eyes very level and her trunk visible in the corridor behind her. She said, without preamble, You are Harry Potter. Yes. My name is Daphne Greengrass. My sister is Astoria, she will be at Hogwarts in 2 years. My father is a member of the Wisengamot. I am a Slytherin. I believe you. Come in. She did not come in. She stood with her hand on the frame and her shoulders level, and Harry watched her watch him. I am not here, she said, to make friends with Harry Potter. Good. Why good? Because anyone who came here to make friends with Harry Potter would be someone I would not want to be friends with. Daphne considered this. Her chin, he noticed, was very small. Her neck was very straight. She had been trained, he thought, by a mother who understood, in the bone, how to stand in a doorway. Then why, she said at last, am I here? You'd best answer that. I saw you in Diagon. I saw you, too. You were speaking to Draco Malfoy. Yes. I am not friends with Draco Malfoy. I see. I am polite to Draco Malfoy. It is the same thing, at school, and if you understand the difference, we may have reason to speak. Harry looked at her. He let a long 4 seconds pass, because 4 seconds were his by right, and because she did not flinch in them, which was what he had wanted to know. Miss Greengrass, he said. Mr. Potter. You have not come to make friends with me. You have come to inform me that you exist, to tell me that you understand my nearest public associate is a pawn of his father, and to offer me, at some future date, an alternative channel into your house. Her eyes widened, just a fraction, before she repaired them. Yes. Good. Noted. I will send you an owl after the first week. Please do not be discouraged if I do not speak to you in the corridors for some days. It is not an indication of my opinion of you. It is an indication that I have not yet laid the ground under which we can speak without its being reported to your father by Thursday. Her lips twitched, the smallest movement, the movement of someone unused to finding herself almost amused in a conversation about tactics. Thursday. Thursday is the latest. A school like this will have at least one letter out of Slytherin house per day to a well-connected parent. 2. I stand corrected. Daphne inclined her head, a precise fraction. She turned to go. At the door she paused. Mr. Potter. Miss Greengrass. You do not speak like any first year I have met. I have been practicing. You cannot have practiced enough for this. I am a quick study. A longer silence. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Good evening, Miss Greengrass. She slid the door shut behind her. Harry sat for a long moment looking at the door. He considered, internally, whether he had moved too fast or too slow, and decided, the way one decided these things, that the only way he would know was in retrospect. For now he had a tentative agent in place on the Slytherin side of the aisle. That was a result for the first hour. Ron came back from the bathroom, ate another pumpkin pasty, and said, "Who was the blonde?" "Someone's sister." "Oh. Don't stare at her in the hall." "I wasn't going to, you would have been about to." "Don't." Ron, affronted, stopped chewing. Harry patted him on the shoulder. "Eat your sweet, Ron." The first time Harry saw the castle, he did not say anything. He stood at the prow of one of the little boats with Hedwig in her cage on the bench beside him and Hermione and Neville and Ron in the same boat, and he watched the dark water and the dark mountain and the lit-up windows of the castle climb up and up and up, terrace upon terrace, towers and battlements and cupolas in a profile against the stars, and he felt, low in his chest, a cold quiet click of recognition. The terrace city. Not Candor, of course. Smaller. Darker. Wetter. Built by hands that did not know what hands could do. But the same impulse, stacked the city upward so that the seat of power looked down. He had ruled a city that climbed like that, once. He had defended a city that climbed like that, once. He had lost a city that climbed like that, once. He breathed, slow, 4 in. He let it out, 7. "Okay, Harry," said Ron. "Yes." "You went all weird for a second. I've never seen anything like it." "None of us have, mate." Hermione, beside Harry, was reading her book by wandlight even though the boat was rocking, even though the air was wet, even though Hagrid had told them to keep their heads in. Harry, very gently, with 2 fingers, closed the book. "Look up, Hermione." She looked up. She gasped. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, Harry, look at it." "I am looking at it. It's beautiful." "Yes." In the soft lamplight off the water, for 11-year-olds and a snowy owl and a toad rode together toward an enormous lit castle on a dark mountain, and Harry, Druzad, who had crowned himself once and would not be crowned again, who would crown himself perhaps a 3rd time, depending on circumstance, let the small clean child pleasure of arrival roll up through his ribs without resisting it, because there was nothing tactically to be gained from resisting it, and the arrival of a campaign. On the field was always, in fact, beautiful. In the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall lined them up. She was tall. She was thin. She was the sort of woman who could quiet a crowd of 200 children with a single drawn-in breath. She did so now. The first years stilled, all at once, like a wood when the rifle clicks. "In a few moments," she said, "you will pass through these doors and join your classmates, but before you can take your seats you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Harry watched her. He took the temperature of her authority. It was a comfortable, well-worn authority, the authority of a woman who had spent 40 years teaching Transfiguration to children and never doubting that she had the right to do so. It was not authority earned by violence. It was authority earned by fairness applied for too long to argue with. He liked her at once. "Now form a line," she said, "and follow me." They formed a line. She turned. They followed. In the line, behind Harry, Draco Malfoy fell into step. He did not, Harry noticed, push to the front. He did not bring his thugs. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back like a small grey crown prince, and Harry tilted his head a fraction to the right, by way of greeting, without looking at him. "Potter," Draco murmured. "Malfoy. Father wrote me this morning. I expected he would." He said, and Draco's voice dropped, "You noticed where he went?" "Yes. He wanted me to ask whether you would consider, not now, Draco." Father said, "Not now." "Not because no. Because not now. There is a time and a place for that conversation, and the queue in the entrance hall of a school in front of every authority figure in our adult future is not it. We will speak after the sorting. Walk." Draco walked. Harry, ahead of him, did not need to look back to know that Draco was, for the second time in as many meetings, a little redder in the ear and a little more impressed than he wanted to be. The doors opened. The hall opened in front of them. 1,000 candles. 4 long tables. A high vaulted ceiling that was, Harry noticed, not a ceiling at all but a charmed sky, a clear October night, full of stars in their constellations, with a thin band of clouds sliding silently east. He glanced up at it once and felt, again, that low click in his chest. He looked at the staff table. A bearded old man at the center. Half-moon spectacles. Maroon and gold robes. Eyes that, even from the door, even at 50 yards, found Harry's eyes at once and held them. Harry inclined his head. Albus Dumbledore inclined his. Harry counted, in his head, to 5. The old man's gaze did not move. He felt the old man pressing, in the very gentlest way, against the front of his skull, not with a wand, not with an articulated probe, but with that broad senior officer presence that, on Krypton, had always come from the back row of a council chamber at the moment one's plans were being weighed. Harry let it slide off him. Not by raising a wall. By being smooth. Dumbledore blinked. A flicker passed across the old man's face, surprise, the smallest concern, swiftly repacked, and then he smiled and nodded, and turned to murmur something to the witch on his left that might have been, she was right. The Sorting Hat sang. Harry barely heard it. He let his eyes wander the room. He found the Slytherin table. He found Daphne Greengrass already at the table, sitting straight-backed at one end. He found a number of older students he did not yet know, and one, a 6th-year boy with very long hair and a mouth like a knife, who Harry intuitively read as one of the more dangerous students he would have to negotiate. He noted the Ravenclaw with the eagle feather hairband at the center of her table. She was the prefect, he thought. He noted at Hufflepuff a boy who had no idea he was going to be Quidditch captain in 3 years. He noted 100 small things in 2 minutes. The hat finished. The names began. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. It came along faster than he had expected. He paid attention to the cadence of the hat's calls, sometimes immediate, sometimes after a pause of 3 or 4 seconds, sometimes after a pause that drew out long enough for the hall to start to lean. A pause meant the hat was bargaining with the candidate. He watched. He listened. He thought. Granger, Hermione, a pause of 2 seconds. Gryffindor. Hermione, white-faced and pleased, half ran to the table. Longbottom, Neville, a long pause. 3 seconds. 4. 5. The hat's brim moved. It muttered something. Harry, from his place in the line, said quietly, in a voice no one heard, "Take it, Neville. Whichever it offers, take it. You will be all right wherever it puts you." 6 seconds. Gryffindor. Neville, terrified, almost dropped Trevor, and ran with the hat still on his head. Harry smiled. Malfoy, Draco, the hat did not even sit on his head. Slytherin. Draco stood. He turned, met Harry's eyes, gave him a private little nod of acknowledgement, and walked to his table. A few more names. Then, Potter, Harry, the hall went still. Every head turned. Harry walked to the stool in his own time. He did not hurry. He did not dawdle. He stepped up onto the dais and he sat down on the stool and he folded his hands in his lap and he let McGonagall lower the brim of the hat over his eyes. Darkness. A pause. A voice in his ear, "Well, bless me. Bless me, what? Harry sat very still on the stool. You are not, you cannot be, what are you, child? What are you, child? Where did your soul come from? Who poured you into this body? I have sorted 1,000 of you and I have never, there are 2 of you in here, child, and one of you has stood on a, there is no map for, I know, said Harry, in his head, very calmly, to the hat. I know what I am. I will help you. Help me? Yes. You are looking for the qualities that fit each house. I will tell you mine. The hat made a sound that was very nearly a small panicked laugh. I am brave, said Harry. I am courageous. I am also patient, and ambitious, and disciplined. I am loyal, not to many, but to a few, with my whole self. I am cold-minded enough to study long after my friends have stopped studying. I have, in another life, been all of these things at once, and the men who chose to follow me followed me because I was all of them. There is no one of your 4 houses for me, hat. You have known that since I sat down. You are afraid to call it. I am afraid, the hat said quietly, of what you will become. I cannot promise you who I will become. Then how, hat? Listen. I will tell you where to put me, and I will tell you why, and you will agree because I have argued you into agreement, and that is how this works. Listen. The hat, in Harry's head, listened. Put me in Gryffindor. What? Put me in Gryffindor. I am not asking you for the easy answer. I will be visible there. I will be loud there. I will be where the eyes of the school will have to land on me whether they want to or not. The other 3 houses will hide me. I will do my work in the open. I will learn from the brave the things I do not yet understand about hope. I will give them, in return, a backbone they have lacked since the First War. Put me in Gryffindor. Put me at the center of the visible part of the board. The hidden parts of the board, I will reach from there. The hat was silent for a count of 3. It said, very quietly, you are not what we have asked for. You are not what I have asked for either, hat. We will manage. Another beat. The hat lifted its voice and it shouted, into a great hall that had been silent too long, Gryffindor. The hall erupted. The Gryffindor table came up off its bench. Hermione clapped without remembering to stop. Neville, near her, applauded with both hands above his head as if he were at a parade. The Weasley twins started a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that went around the table once before McGonagall could damp it. Ron, stuck still in the queue, beamed. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore was not clapping. He was watching Harry. He was watching Harry's hand on the brim of the hat as Harry handed it back to McGonagall. He was watching Harry walk down the dais and across the floor and to the bench at the Gryffindor table, between Hermione and the open seat for Ron, and sit down, and adjust his robes, and lift his chin to McGonagall in a silent thank you. Dumbledore did not blink. To his right, Severus Snape was looking at Harry too. Snape's eyes were black. They were sharp. They probed Harry from across the hall in the way Dumbledore had not, in the way Harry had felt only once before, at Ollivander's, when the wandmaker had reached for his measure. Snape's reach, however, was not for measurement. Snape's reach was for entry. Legilimency. Harry felt the long thin wedge of it slide under his guard like a knife under a doorframe. He did not raise a wall. He turned the wedge. Harry was 11 and he was Druzod, and Druzod had been trained, before Krypton burned, in 3 disciplines for the protection of command: kinetic combat, rhetorical combat, and the discipline of mind. The discipline of mind on Krypton had not been called a clemency. It had been called the stillness, and it had been taught in 2-week silent sessions under the red sun, and Druzod had been the best in his cohort. He turned the wedge of Snape's probe and he caught it on the flat of his stillness and he held it there, motionless, for a count of 2, and then, because Druzod had, in life, been a cruel man as well as a disciplined one, he sent down the wedge a single image. Just one. Sharp. Specific. A cupboard under a stair. A small boy on a thin mattress. A wall, 4 inches from the small boy's face. A quiet, calm, 8-year-old voice in the cupboard saying, "Rise, Druzod." Snape's head snapped back. His goblet jumped on the table. A jet of pumpkin juice arced up and across his front. The whole staff table turned. Severus Snape was very white. He pressed a napkin to his mouth as though he had bitten his tongue. Dumbledore, who had not turned his head from Harry, turned it now, slowly, to look at his potions master, and Snape, who had not been afraid of any wizard living since 1981, looked at Albus Dumbledore the way a man looks at the only person who might be able to keep him standing. At the back of the hall, in the side door behind the staff table, Quirrel, late to the feast, dragging his turban, appeared at the threshold and froze. His turban was steaming. He looked across the hall. He met Harry's eyes. Quirrel turned around and went back out the door. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, picked up his fork. Hermione, eating a roast potato, turned to him. "Harry. Did Professor Snape just spill his?" "He did, Hermione." "Why is he looking at you like?" "Because I introduced myself." "Pass the gravy." She passed the gravy. The first-year Gryffindors were led up the moving staircases by a 15-year-old prefect named Percy, who had been described with mixed reviews by Ron between bites of pudding, and who clearly treated the prefect badge as the first rung of his political ladder. Harry walked beside Percy. Percy was thrilled by this. By the time they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Percy, without realizing he had been managed, had told Harry the names and quirks of every member of staff, the schedule of patrols, the password to the common room, the location of every prefect's bathroom, and a number of other things that Percy would later, alone in his bed, wonder why he had volunteered. The common room was warm. The fire was high. The boys' dormitory was up a stair. Harry took the bed by the window. Ron took the bed next to him. Neville took the bed by the door. The others, Dean, Seamus, claimed the middle. Harry unpacked, hung his robes, set Hedwig's cage by the window, opened it, and let her out. Hedwig flew to the window and out into the dark. "Where's she going?" said Ron. "To learn the castle," said Harry. "Owls don't, Hedwig does." Harry sat on the edge of his bed. He looked at his 3 roommates and at the faint shape of his own future in their 3 faces, and he smiled. "Right," he said, quietly, to himself, the way a man at the start of a campaign rolls his sleeves once and looks at his first map. "Right." In an office 2 staircases away, Severus Snape stood very still while Albus Dumbledore poured him a glass of brandy. Snape did not take the glass. He did not appear to see the glass. He stood at the window with both his hands wrapped around his elbows and looked out at the dark. Severus. "Headmaster. Drink it." Snape took the glass. He did not drink it. Dumbledore sat down behind his desk. "Severus. What happened?" Headmaster, Severus. He is not Lily's child. A silence. He is not Lily's child, Albus. I do not know what he is, but Snape shut his eyes. When I attempted, in the course of, when I touched his mind. There is a mind in there which is not the mind of an 11-year-old boy. There is a mind in there which I would estimate to be at least, Albus, the only minds I have ever felt with that texture, were yours, and the Dark Lord's. And neither of yours felt like that. His does not feel old. His feels other. Not old. Other. As though it has been, as though, he could not finish. Dumbledore looked at the brandy glass. He looked at his hands. He looked at the silver Potter monitor on the corner of his desk, which had stopped wobbling at the moment of the sorting and was now spinning in a smooth, steady, calm rotation, which was a worse sign than the wobble had ever been. Severus. Headmaster. You will, from this evening forward, treat Harry Potter exactly as you would treat any other first-year student in your class. You will not enter his mind. You will not penetrate his guard. You will not attempt to speak to him alone, whether kindly or otherwise. You will, if you must speak to him, do so in your classroom, in front of his classmates, in the ordinary tones of a man instructing his subject. Headmaster, the Dark Lord, said Albus Dumbledore quietly, is a problem we will return to. The Dark Lord, this evening, may be the second most pressing problem in this castle. Drink your brandy, Severus. Snape, after a long silence, drank his brandy. He left the office. He walked down to the dungeons. He passed 2 ghosts. He did not see them. He sat on the edge of his bed for a long time and stared at his hands and felt, for the first time since he was 21 years old, the small clear sensation that his life from this point forward was going to be the result of decisions he had not yet made, in a war he had not yet recognized, on behalf of a side he had not yet chosen. He poured himself a second brandy. He did not sleep. In the headmaster's office, after Snape had gone, Minerva McGonagall came in through the door without knocking. She had been a Gryffindor herself when she was a girl. She had been the sort of Gryffindor who had a private arrangement with her own house's fat lady. She was, tonight, not knocking. Albus. Minerva. The hat. Yes. The hat, Albus, did not sing his house to him. The hat bargained with him. I had that impression, yes. The hat is, for the first time in 80 years, alarmed. Is it? Albus, I spoke to it after the sorting. It would not, it refused, it said only that it had not been prepared for what it met on that stool. It said, and I quote, that the child was not a child. Dumbledore nodded. He nodded in the patient way of a man considering a very old problem in a new light. Minerva. Do you know, I think I will have tea. Would you, Albus? Yes, Minerva. What is he? I do not know. When did you? I suspected, 3 years ago. I knew, tonight. You knew what, Albus? You knew what tonight? Albus Dumbledore looked at his deputy headmistress. He looked at her, his oldest friend on the staff, a woman who had lost her husband to the First War and her nephew to the Second and who had, after Lily Potter died, stood at his side at a certain doorstep in Surrey for an entire night, without speaking, while he left a baby with a note on a step, a woman who had, without ever saying so, allowed herself to hope that Harry Potter would turn out to be a simple child. I knew, tonight, he said, that the child we left on the doorstep is not the child we came to collect. Minerva sat down without asking. Has he been, is this an impostor? No. Then, Minerva, I do not have a word for what it is. I have several words, none of them good enough. I had thought, perhaps, possession. But no one possesses that calmly. I had thought, perhaps, the influence of the fragment, you know the fragment I mean, but no fragment has ever granted poise of that order. I had thought, perhaps, a prophecy-driven maturation of soul. There are texts that speak of it. I had discounted them, as one does. What, then? Something else. Albus. Something I did not anticipate, Minerva. Something that arrived before we put him on that step. He shut his eyes, briefly. Something that, I suspect, arrived before the killing curse rebounded. Something that may, in fact, be the reason the killing curse rebounded at all. Minerva had gone very pale. Is he dangerous, Albus? Everyone talented is dangerous, Minerva. Albus. Yes. He is dangerous. He is also, from what I could see tonight, not out of his mind. He spared Severus. He could have hurt Severus, and he spared him with I believe it was an image. A single image. Severus will sleep badly but will not be harmed. That tells me something encouraging. What does it tell you? That he is, at the moment, choosing to be polite. A person who is dangerous and choosing to be polite is a person with whom one can have a conversation. Albus, if he is what, Minerva? If he is another Tom. A very long silence. He is not another Tom. How do you know? Because Tom would not have spared Severus. Minerva breathed out. Minerva. Yes, Albus. Keep a close watch on him. Do not, and I emphasize this, do not challenge him in your classroom. Test him, yes, teach him, please, teach him. The boy has come to Hogwarts for a reason and the reason is at least partly to learn. But do not corner him. Do not mark him. Do not put him on detention. Do not single him out for praise or for censure for the first month. Permit him to reveal his hand to us at his own tempo. A man who feels observed moves faster than his plan was written for. We wish him to move at the tempo his plan was written for. You wish him to stay a child. I wish him to stay a child for as long as he can be. Yes. And when he can be no longer. Dumbledore looked at the corner of his desk, where the silver Potter monitor spun, smooth and steady. Then, he said, we will see. In a small attic room above the third-floor west corridor, Quirrel unwound his turban with shaking hands. The cloth fell. The face on the back of his head opened its eyes. Master. Be silent. Master, the boy, I said be silent, Quirrell. The thing that lived on the back of Quirrell's skull was, at that moment, doing something it had not done in 11 years. It was thinking very, very carefully. The boy in the hall had a brand of attention that the thing could neither hide from nor stand against. The boy in the hall was, the thing realized, the same beam from the Albanian forest, and the beam had been wearing a child's face this evening, and the beam had not, in either encounter, attacked. The beam had merely seen. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head, which had once been a man, considered, very carefully, the possibility that the boy was not a Horcrux anchor and not an ordinary wizard and not a mere ward of Dumbledore's, but in fact an unaffiliated power, and, this evening, by his own decision, a polite one. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head decided that it would, for the next 3 weeks, do nothing at all. It would observe. It would, in particular, observe what the boy had done to Severus Snape at the feast, and how Snape recovered, and how the boy approached his classmates, and what the boy did when invited to a Quidditch trial, and what the boy did when challenged, and what the boy did when ignored. It would not move on the stone in October. It would not move on the stone in November. It would, perhaps, in the spring, if the field had become legible, consider moving on the stone in time for the third task to be ready for the headmaster. It would not be the first to flinch, but it would, the thing thought, with a certain bitter precision, certainly be the second. Wrap me, Quirrell. Quirrell, weeping silently, wrapped him. The light went out. In the Gryffindor first-year dormitory, in the bed by the window, with the snowy owl back on her perch and the curtains drawn and the moon coming in through a gap in the drapes, Harry Potter lay on his back with his hands behind his head and looked up at the canopy, and breathed in, 4, and breathed out, 7. In the very quiet dark, in his own head, he said to the small ember in his scar, "We are home, passenger. Behave." The ember was very, very small tonight. He smiled. He slept the smooth clean sleep of a general who has crossed a border without losing a man. Outside, on her perch, Hedwig watched the dormitory door, and did not blink. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, the first campaign. The first lit candle of the new term went up in McGonagall's classroom on Monday morning. McGonagall stood at the front and demonstrated. She turned a matchstick into a needle. A small grey thing on her desk became, between two passes of her wand, a thin silver thing, and a hush ran around the classroom, because they had not yet seen, in the flesh, what magic could do, they had only read about it. "You will," she said, "now attempt the same." Hermione, who was already practicing the wand flick on her empty desk with a look of intense moral concentration, glanced once at Harry. Ron, beside Harry, picked up his matchstick with the air of a man being handed someone else's tax return. Harry watched the room. He watched the way McGonagall's gaze paused, very briefly, on him. He watched the way Lavender, 2 desks ahead, leaned to whisper to Parvati. He watched the way Dean Thomas held his wand as a left-hander would have to hold the right-handed grip he had been issued, wrong angle, wrong torque, and he watched the way Seamus, with the wide-open optimistic face of a boy who had been told there were no rules, gave his matchstick a hopeful jab and produced a small puff of orange smoke. "Mr. Finnegan," McGonagall said, pleasantly, "if your match catches fire, please bring it to me before the table does." A small ripple of laughter. Harry picked up his matchstick. He did not say the incantation aloud. He did not need to. He held the matchstick on the flat of his palm and breathed in for 4 and out for 7, and on the 7th exhale he thought, with a clean precision that he had practiced in the garden of Privet Drive on grass blades for 2 years, the word needle. The matchstick, on his palm, did not become a needle. It became a needle, a small folded gold leaf, and a clean cool shaft of light through the air above his hand. Hermione, beside him, gasped. Ron, on the other side, dropped his. McGonagall, who had turned away to scold Seamus, turned back. She walked, slowly, between the rows of desks. She stopped at Harry's desk. She looked at the needle. She looked at the gold leaf. She looked at the small column of light, which faded as she watched. She did not speak for a count of 3. She said, "Mr. Potter. Professor. You appear to have transfigured your matchstick into a needle, and also into a piece of metal leaf, and also into illumination. I'm sorry, Professor. I think I overreached. I will be more measured." A flicker. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said quietly. "And, please remain after class for 1 minute." She moved on. After class, the room emptied. Hermione was the last out, glancing back at Harry with a small worried expression. Ron lingered in the corridor. Harry stood at McGonagall's desk with his hands behind his back. "Professor. Mr. Potter." "Yes. That was not a first transfiguration." "It was, Professor." A pause. "Mr. Potter," she said, more carefully, "have you, before today, attempted any transfiguration?" "I have practiced on grass." On grass. "In the garden." "Over 2 years. It is the only thing I had access to." "Without a wand?" "Yes, Professor." McGonagall sat down very slowly behind her desk. She looked at him for a long moment. "Well," she said. "That. Yes. I see. Professor, Mr. Potter. I understand that you may have particular circumstances. I will not press you. I will, however, ask you not to overreach in my classroom in front of your classmates. They will be intimidated. They will tell their parents. Their parents will write to the headmaster. Then the headmaster will write to me. Do you understand?" Yes, Professor. Show me, in private, what you can do. If you would be so good. We will arrange a tutorial, perhaps. Outside of normal hours. With the headmaster's permission. Thank you, Professor. He turned to go. At the door he paused. Professor. Mr. Potter. It will not be intimidation, in their parents' letters. It will be fear. I am aware of the distinction, Mr. Potter. Yes. I think you are. He left. McGonagall sat at her desk with her hand on her cheek and watched the door close behind him for some time. The flying lesson on Thursday was conducted by Madame Hooch on the lawn. 20 brooms, 14 Gryffindors, 14 Slytherins, one stout teacher with yellow hawk eyes, and a soft September sun. The brooms lay in 2 rows. Madame Hooch barked at the children to stand beside their brooms, hold out their right hand over the broom, and command, "Up." "Up," said the children. Hermione's broom rolled. Neville's twitched. Ron's leapt to his hand, because Ron was a Weasley and had been on a broom since he could walk. Draco's came up smoothly. Daphne Greengrass's came up smoothly, too, faster than Draco's. Several others came up halfway. Harry held his hand over his broom. The broom did not so much come up as launch, it slapped his palm with the precise force he had wished for, and he closed his fingers around the handle and felt, in 2 heartbeats, that he understood it. He had flown things. Not brooms. Larger things. War skiffs. Transatmospheric craft. He had flown them in a body that had, even then, been built for it. He had flown them in the canyon outside Candor and over the polar ice and against ranks of phantom drones and in the shock of the last hours before the planet ate itself. He had flown. This was a stick. This was a stick with charms in it. He could fly a stick. "Now," said Madame Hooch, "I want each of you, when I blow my whistle, to kick off from the ground, hard. Hover for a moment, then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, then." Neville, terrified, pushed off too early. The broom shot up. Neville shrieked. The broom yawed. Madame Hooch shouted. Neville, 20 feet up, slipped sideways. The broom dropped him. Neville fell. He did not hit the ground. A hand, a small thin first-year hand, was suddenly under his back. Harry stood on the ground with Neville lowered into his arms like a man receiving a baby from a balcony, and Neville, white as sour milk, wheezed once and clutched at Harry's shoulder, and the rest of the class, and Madame Hooch, did not, for a moment, understand what they had just seen. Harry had not flown. Harry had stepped sideways, 3 paces. He had stepped under Neville at exactly the right time, with exactly the right angle of arms, and Neville had landed in his arms instead of in the grass, and he had bent his knees through the impact and not even rocked. A child could not have done that. A child could not have predicted Neville's trajectory, calculated his landing point, moved to it, set his feet, opened his arms, and absorbed 13 stone of falling boy from a 20-foot fall. A grown man could not have done that. An Auror could not have done that. The class went very quiet. "Mr. Potter," said Madame Hooch. "Madam. Are you well?" "Yes." "Set Mr. Longbottom down." "Yes, madam." Harry set Neville on his feet. Neville, gulping, swayed, and Harry, without taking his eyes from Madame Hooch, put a steadying hand on the small of Neville's back. "Madame Hooch. May I, you may not." "Madam, Mr. Potter, I do not know what I just saw, but I will not tolerate showing off. Take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Then return to me." "Yes, madam." He led Neville off the field. 20 heads turned to follow him. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey took one look at Neville, asked 4 short questions in a row, made Neville lie down, ran a wand over his ribs, told him he had bruised one and to lie there for an hour, and turned a sharp gimlet eye on Harry. "You caught him. Yes, ma'am. You're a child. Apparently, ma'am. Pomfrey looked at him for a full count of 4. Then she said, "Come back here this evening after dinner. I will run a diagnostic on you." Madame Pomfrey, not negotiable, Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am. She turned away. He walked out of the hospital wing into the corridor and stood for a moment in the slanted afternoon light. He reflected, made a mistake. Not in catching Neville. In catching Neville at the precise distance and angle that would only have been possible for a person who had calculated the trajectory in his head. He should have run. He should have flailed. He should have done the messy improvisation of a frightened child and let Neville hit him in the chest and let them both fall over. He had been too efficient. He thought wryly, arrived in his 11-year-old body in a hurry to use it. He would slow down. He returned to the field. He bowed to Madame Hooch. He did not touch his broom. He stood and watched the rest of the lesson, very quiet, with his hands behind his back, and at the end Madame Hooch, having watched him watch, said, gruffly, "Mr. Potter." "Madam." "Stay a moment." The others left. Madame Hooch stared at him. "Have you flown before?" "Once." "Where?" "In a dream." The yellow hawk eyes narrowed. "Mr. Potter, do you ride?" "I'm sorry, madam." "On a broom?" "Not in a dream." "No, madam." "I'd like to see you ride. After the others have gone home from supper. Just you and me. On the field. I'll bring a school broom." "Yes, madam." She turned. Then she turned back. "You'll not show off in any of my regular lessons." "No, madam." "You'll not catch anyone again." "I cannot promise that, madam." She breathed. "No," she said. "I suppose you cannot." She went. In the corridor, on the way to dinner, a hand caught his elbow. "Daphne." She did not stop walking. She did not look at him. She walked beside him for 10 paces and said, "Lo, greenhouses. Tonight. The third one. After astronomy. I have an appointment with Madame Pomfrey." "After your appointment with Madame Pomfrey." "That is past curfew." "Yes." "Why?" "I would like to speak to you without my house seeing it." He nodded once. "I'll be there." She let go of his elbow. 3 steps later she had peeled off into the Slytherin corridor without a backward look. Harry walked on. A second hand caught his elbow. "Hermione." "Harry, what just happened in the flying lesson? I caught Neville." You did, but Harry, you were on the other side of the, Hermione." "Yes." "Please don't ask me that question in a corridor. Please don't ask me that question in front of Ron. We will, in private, soon, talk." She narrowed her eyes. "How soon?" "Tonight. Common room. After everyone is asleep. There is a corner by the fire. Past curfew." "Hermione." "All right." She let go of his elbow. "Harry." "Yes." "You scared me. I'm sorry. I won't do it that way again." What does that mean?" "It means," Harry said gently, "I will work harder to not be obvious." She stared at him. Then she nodded, carefully, and walked away. He stood in the corridor for a moment, in the sloping golden light of late September, and listened to 2 of his 3 lieutenants peel off in opposite directions. A voice in his head, cool and amused, and his, 3 appointments tonight. "You are working faster than your plan was written for." He smiled, faintly, at the wall. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey ran a long, slow diagnostic. She did it without speaking. She did it with the small precise 1 passes of a woman who had been a hospital matron for 38 years, who had healed the rib of every boy who had ever fallen off a broom in her tenure, who had, twice, been the second person on the scene of a Death Eater raid and who had, twice, been the only person who had managed not to vomit. She finished. She put down her wand. Mr. Potter. Madam. You are in extraordinarily good condition. I have rarely seen a child of your age with this sort of musculature. You move differently to other children. Your bones are denser. Your cardiac output is fascinating. You are, in many measurable respects, not a normal 11-year-old. I am underfed, Madame Pomfrey. You have been underfed. The body you have built up under that, however, yes. You have been, Mr. Potter, please be entirely candid with me, you have been training. Yes. Yes. Without instruction. Yes. For how long? 2 years. With what method? A pause. The method I remember, Madame Pomfrey, is older than the school. She looked at him. She did not blink for some seconds. She said, Mr. Potter. Madam. I am not going to tell the headmaster about the first half of this examination. Thank you. I am, however, going to tell the headmaster that there is a child in this castle who has been training his body in an extremely unusual manner since the age of 9, and that this child needs, Mr. Potter, in my professional opinion, a balanced diet. Twice a day. From me. From my office. From my hand. I will, beginning tomorrow, expect you here at 7 and at 1. You will eat what I give you. You will be treated like a young Quidditch player on a controlled regime. Is that clear? Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Very good. She put down her wand. Off with you. And, Mr. Potter. Yes. If you ever, catch a falling student again as cleanly as you caught Mr. Longbottom this afternoon, you will tell me before the boy stops thanking you. I will need to see your hands. Every time. Without fail. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. He left. Pomfrey stood at her desk. She placed both her hands flat on the desk and breathed once. Then she walked to her cabinet and took down a vial of pepper-up and drank half of it, which she had not done in a working day in 12 years. In the third greenhouse, after astronomy, in a corner where the moonlight fell on a row of fanged geraniums, Daphne stood with her arms folded. He came in. He did not, this time, sit. They stood facing each other in the half-light, with the soft sound of soil settling around them. Daphne. Harry. She did not speak for a count of 2. Then, you cannot have an heir of Slytherin in this school, secretly recruiting a Slytherin first year against her father, by Friday of the first week. You think I am the heir of Slytherin. I do not think it. I think other people will. I think they will be wrong, and I think they will write home, and I think your interesting little career will be over by All Saints. You need to slow down. Harry inclined his head. I have been told that twice today already. By whom? By me. Daphne almost smiled. Harry. I will be your line into Slytherin. I will not, and I will not pretend to, be your friend. We will speak in this greenhouse on alternate Thursdays after astronomy. We will not look at each other in the corridors or speak across the hall. I will report to you what you need to know about the chain of authority in my house. I will tell you which of the older students are dangerous. I will tell you what Draco's father is doing this term. I will, in time, perhaps, recommend to you a small number of others in my house who are of similar disposition, who may be useful. Why? Why what? Why are you doing this? She did not answer for a long moment. My family, she said, stood up to be counted, last time. Father was on the right side. 2 of his brothers were not. Both of those brothers died at one another's hands by Christmas of 79. The Greengrass holdings were halved. The Greengrass name was nearly broken. We survived because father was a coward, in the precise direction the war required cowardice. Father is not, this time, going to allow the family to be on the wrong side again. He has told me as much, in private. He has told me, in private, to listen, in this school, for any sign of a power that intends to, in his words, place the country on a more rational footing. He has told me to attach myself to that power if I find it. He has told me, and these are his words exactly, that the worst thing we could do this term would be to attach ourselves to either the headmaster or the Dark Lord. She paused. And then, Harry, I came on the train and I saw you in a corridor. You saw me for a second. I saw you tell Draco Malfoy not now. In a corridor. In a queue. In front of all of us. He did not push back. He did not even, Harry, no one tells Draco not now. And I went home that weekend and I wrote to my father. And he wrote back. He told me to go and find you. A silence. Harry, she said, more gently, I am not asking you to be Slytherin. I am telling you that there are people in my house and in my family who are watching for someone who is not the headmaster and not the Dark Lord. We are watching. We will keep watching. If you would like, in time, in private, an entire faction to vouch for you in adult Britain, you may have one. Quietly. Slowly. On terms. Harry nodded, slowly. Daphne. Yes. I will speak with your father. When? Christmas. Privately. At your home. With 3 witnesses of his choice and 1 of mine. She blinked. He will not, he was not expecting, he will. Tell him I will come. Tell him I would like, in particular, for him to consider that I am not the heir to either side of a war I had no part in starting. Tell him that I am building a 3rd position. Tell him I would like his counsel on it. He will be pleased. He will be cautious. Yes. That is what I am asking him to be. She tilted her head. You are 11, Harry. Yes. You are 14 years younger than the youngest member of the Wisengamot's reform bloc. Yes. Why are you doing this now? He looked at her for a long count. Because, Daphne, he said, my enemies are doing it now. My enemies have always done it now. I have nothing to gain by waiting for them to be done. She nodded. She turned to go. At the door of the greenhouse she paused. Mr. Potter. Miss Greengrass. You are not, are you? 11. Daphne. Yes. Walk back to your common room. We will, on alternate Thursdays after astronomy, in this greenhouse, talk. She went. He stood for a long minute among the fanged geraniums, breathing the wet smell of soil and the green smell of magical foliage, and he did one slow, deliberate inventory. 3 lieutenants. 4, if he counted Hermione. 1 adult ally, Pomfrey, perhaps, not yet committed, but inclined, the diet was, he thought, real concern. 1 staff member subdued, Snape, 1 staff member observing, McGonagall, 1 staff member prudently afraid, Dumbledore, 1 external faction leaning his way, the Greengrass camp, and 1 Slytherin first year who had walked, eyes open, into his orbit on her father's instructions. Inside the school, a Horcrux lived on the back of a turban. Inside the school, a stone lived on the 3rd floor. Inside himself, an ember in a scar lay perfectly still. He had been a week. Slow down, he said softly, to himself. He left the greenhouse. The common room fire was almost out when he came down. Hermione sat on the rug. She had a book in her lap and an unread page, and she had been crying a little, although she had wiped her face carefully before he came in. He sat down beside her. He did not speak for some seconds. Hermione. Harry. I am going to tell you a true thing about myself. I am going to tell you because you have been my friend since the second hour I knew you, and you deserve to know what you are friends with. I am asking you, in advance, to keep this between us. May I have that promise? She nodded. Say it. I promise. He breathed in, 4. He breathed out, 7. Hermione. There are 2 people in my body. One of them is the 11-year-old wizard who would have grown up under the stairs of his uncle's house. The other is older, and has been in here for as long as I can remember, and woke up when I was 8. He is the reason I move the way I do. He is the reason I knew where Neville was going to land. He is the reason I have already been told twice today that I am working too fast. He is the reason I told you, in Diagon, that you would be one of the more important people in our year. He is also the reason I am sitting here at midnight, Hermione, telling you all of this, instead of doing the prudent thing and saying nothing. She was very still. Harry, are you possessed? Yes. No. Possession is when one does not know. Then I am, perhaps, 2 things at once. They have, by now, blurred. I do not know precisely where one ends and the other begins. I know that I am, on balance, on the side of the people I love. I know that I love you, Hermione, and Neville, and, in his way, Ron. I know that I am building something that I will need help with. I know that I am asking you for that help, and that I am also asking you to keep my secret, and that these are large asks of a friend of 9 days. She did not speak for a long time. She said, finally, Harry. Yes. Is the older one a good person? He looked at her. He was not. He was a soldier. He fought for a country that did not exist by the end of his life. He did terrible things. He was, also, capable of loyalty and discipline and a kind of love. He has had a long time, in the dark, to think about what he was, and I think he has decided he would like, in this life, to be better than that, but he is not yet certain how. She breathed out. She said, all right. He looked at her sharply. All right what? All right, Harry. I will keep your secret. I will help you. I will tell you if I think you are doing something wrong. I would, if you do not mind, Harry, I would like you to listen to me when I tell you that. Even if I am wrong. I would like to be the person who tells you no, sometimes. May I? Hermione. His voice was very soft. Yes. Always. That, in particular, yes. She nodded. She blew her nose. She said, more practically, what do we need to do? This week. This week. This week we eat the meals Madame Pomfrey will give us. We do not catch any more falling boys. We do nothing extraordinary in any class. We work on our spells in the 3rd greenhouse on Tuesdays after astronomy, you and me. We become, in the eyes of the school, exactly the sort of pair the school expects, the brilliant girl and the famous boy, and we make ourselves boring while we do the actual work in the dark. Yes. Yes. And at Halloween, we will do one visible thing. What? I do not yet know. The school will choose it. She frowned. What do you mean? There is always, Harry said, an event at Halloween. Schools like this, Hermione, are like cities. They have moods. They have a scheduled crisis. We will not need to invent one. We will need to be ready when the school produces one for us. She tilted her head. You think something will happen. I think something will happen. Yes. I do not yet know what. I would like, when it does, for us to be the ones who solve it. Not the ones who write a letter to the headmaster about it. Yes. Yes. Good. He stood. He held out a hand. To bed. She took his hand. She got up. At the foot of the stairs she paused. Harry. Yes. What is the older one called? He looked at her. Druzad. She mouthed the syllables once. Will I ever meet him? You met him today, Hermione. You have been meeting him since we sat down on the train. She considered that. He's quite polite. He is trying. She smiled, small and tired, and went up to her dormitory. Harry stood at the foot of the stairs for a moment with his hand on the banister, and then he went up to his. Defense Against the Dark Arts, second period on Friday, was held in a classroom that smelled, even before Quirrel came in, of garlic. The smell was thick and deliberate. It hung on the stone walls. It stuck to the curtains. It was layered over an older, bitter, harder-to-name smell that lay beneath it the way mold lies beneath a fresh coat of paint. Harry took a seat near the back of the class, not in a corner, not in the front, not hidden, not prominent, and sat with his hands folded on the desk. Hermione sat beside him. Ron, behind, was eating an apple. Quirrel came in shaking. He went to the front. He looked, very briefly, in Harry's direction, and then very briefly away. He began to tell them, stuttering, about the unforgivable curses, a topic which was not, in fact, on the first-year curriculum, and which he taught with the pale nervous energy of a man whose wand hand would not stay still. Harry listened. Harry did not listen, particularly, to the words. Harry listened to the breath. Quirrel's breath had two rhythms. One was fast and shallow and a little quavering, the breath of a nervous man with a bad stutter. The other was underneath, slower, deeper, cooler, as though a second set of lungs were using the same throat on a slower clock. The second rhythm had 3 beats to every 5 of the first. The second rhythm, Harry thought, was breathing because it pleased its owner to breathe, not because its owner required oxygen to live. Quirrel, on the other hand, was sweating. Harry watched his hand. At the end of class, when the other students streamed out, Hermione at his elbow, Harry paused a moment by his desk. He took rather longer than he needed to pack his books. He stood up only when everyone else had gone. He slung his bag across his shoulder. He walked toward the door. Quirrel, at the front, cleared his throat. Emma Mr. Peapotter. Harry stopped. He turned. Professor. A WW word, if I may. Harry walked slowly back down between the rows of desks. He stopped 2 paces from Quirrel. He did not sit. He stood, with his bag on his shoulder, and waited. Quirrel, sweating, said, I only wanted to welcome you properly to defense. I did not get the chance at the feast. I am afraid I was, taken unwell. Yes, Professor. I trust you will find the subject, agreeable. I suspect I will, Professor. Good. A silence. Harry watched him. He let the silence go on for a count of 4, then 5, then 6. Quirrel's hand crept up to adjust his turban. The turban, Harry noticed, was wound a little too tightly today, as though what it covered had shrunk in on itself overnight. Professor Quirrel, Harry said, very gently. Why yes. Your passenger is afraid of me. Quirrel's face went white. I beg your passenger. The one who breathes on 3 beats when you breathe on 5. Harry did not raise his voice. He did not lean. He stood with his bag on his shoulder like a first-year leaving a classroom. I felt him in Diagon. He felt me there also. I would, Professor, appreciate it if you would convey the following to him for me, since he is no doubt listening. Quirrel's mouth moved. Convey, Harry said, that I am willing to let him live this year. I am willing to let him stay attached to your skull. I am willing to let him pursue whatever business he has in this castle on the condition that he not interfere with me, my friends, or any first year in any house. If he keeps to his own business, I will keep to mine. If he does not, I will, on a morning of my choosing, walk into this classroom without warning, and I will remove him from your skull, and I will send him back to wherever he came from, and I will, Professor, give your body back to you, although I will not promise that you will remember the parts of your life that he has been using as scaffolding. Do you understand, Professor? Quirrell could not speak. The second breath had gone still. Harry, for a half-second, saw it, the small cold attention of the thing on the back of Quirrell's head, listening with its full, terrified weight. Good day, Professor. Harry turned. He walked out. He did not look back. In the corridor, Hermione, who had waited, bless her, at the far end of the hall, fell into step with him. You took longer than I was conveying a message. To Professor Quirrell. To his passenger. Oh. She did not ask any more questions. They walked to Charms. On Saturday morning, in the headmaster's office, the silver Potter monitor, which had been rotating smoothly for a week, made a small precise click and began to rotate slightly faster. Albus Dumbledore, who had been, for 3 hours, patiently reading a letter from the Minister of Magic about the standards of the Ministry cafeteria, set the letter aside. He watched the monitor. The monitor sped up. Then, abruptly, it slowed again. Then it steadied. Dumbledore sat very still. Fawkes. Fawkes opened one eye. He has spoken to the fragment. The phoenix made a sound. Not, you understand, in anger. In warning. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. He is issuing warnings, Fawkes. An 11-year-old. He is issuing warnings to the shade of Voldemort. In my school. In my defense classroom. Fawkes, by way of reply, adjusted his wing. Dumbledore looked at his hands for a long moment. Then he stood, walked across his office to a tall glass cabinet, and unlocked the lower drawer with a key he kept in his beard. He drew out a thin silver file. He opened the file and began to read a document he had not looked at in 8 years. It was, he had decided 8 years ago, a document he would not need. It was a copy of a prophecy. He read it once. He read it a second time. He slid it back into the file, and the file back into the drawer, and the drawer closed. He stood for some minutes looking at the cabinet. Neither can live, he said quietly, to the cabinet, while the other survives. He did not speak again for some time. Halloween came. Halloween did not bring the troll Harry had expected. Halloween brought something better. The troll was in the dungeon by 7:30. The hall was bright and warm and full of pumpkin lanterns and the smell of roast goose, and Quirrell ran in waving his arms with 10 minutes to go before the pudding, and the prefects shouted orders, and everyone began to leave the hall. Harry, who had eaten only what Madame Pomfrey had let him eat, was already on his feet. Hermione. With you. Ron, where's, already running with Percy. Good. Stay close. They were in the corridor outside the hall when he stopped. Wait. Harry, wait. He breathed. He listened. Past the cluster of teachers, past the shouting prefects, past the rumble of students being herded, there. A second sound. A second smell. A second mind, on the edge of his perception, where it had not been last week, where it should not have been now. Quirrell. Quirrell had not gone to faint in the entrance hall. Quirrell had peeled off into the third-floor corridor and was, even as Harry stood here, on his way up the stairs. Harry, Hermione. There is no troll. What? There is a troll. There is a troll because Quirrell put it there to clear the hall. He is on the 3rd floor by now. He is going for the stone. The stone? What stone? What, Harry, listen. Go to the common room. Tell the fat lady I said your password to her in private. Tell Neville I said for the two of you to lock the door of the dorm and put your wand in his under the door and stay there until I come. Harry, where are you going? He looked at her. To do the visible thing. He turned. He ran. Halfway up the second flight, he stopped at a window. He looked out across the courtyard. He saw Snape running for the third-floor corridor too. Snape, sweat on his face, wand out. So Snape was the second runner. Snape was guarding the stone, then. Snape was on Dumbledore's side. That clarified, beautifully, the politics of one of his observers. Harry took a long, slow breath. He did not run after Snape. He went down. He went down to the dungeon. He went to where the smell was, rolling, sour, animal, and he turned a corner and there it was. A mountain troll, 12 feet of grey muscle, clubbed the size of a sapling, drooling in a corridor by the girls' bathroom, snorting. Harry stopped. He drew the second wand. The pale ash. The thestral hair. The troll turned. It saw him. It roared. "Hello," Harry said. "I do not know your name. I am sorry to do this. You have not, today, been the worst creature in the castle. You have only been the most visible one." He raised the ash wand. He breathed in for 4. He breathed out for 7. On the 7th exhale he let the intention pass through the wand, and the intention was, stop. There was no incantation. There was no wand flick. There was only, in the corridor, a sudden cool flat absence, and the troll, mid-roar, mid-step, simply, stopped. The troll's enormous foot came down. The troll's enormous hand let go of the club. The troll's enormous head turned to look at Harry, and the eyes in the troll's enormous head, which had been small and red, were now small and confused. Harry walked toward it. He did not lower his wand. He stopped 6 feet from the troll. He looked up at it. "Sit down," he said. The troll sat down. The corridor floor groaned. "Sleep," Harry said. The troll lay down on its side, curled its monstrous bulk around its own feet, and closed its eyes. It began, very faintly, to snore. Harry stood for a moment looking at it. He had not expected, when he had cast, if it could even be called casting, that he would be able to do that. He had thrown intention at the brain of a creature large enough to crush him, and the brain had done what he asked. The thestral wand, in his hand, was warm. He lowered it. He said, very quietly, into the empty corridor, 3 years, I said. We have done this in 3 months. He turned. He went back upstairs. In the entrance hall, he met McGonagall coming down at a run. Her face, when she saw him, did 3 things at once. He held up a hand. Professor. The troll is in the dungeon. It is asleep. It is unharmed. You, Mr. Potter, I will explain to the headmaster later this evening. Please send Mr. Filch with chains. I think you can house it in one of the lower cellars until you find it a wood. It is not, I think, an evil creature. It was used. It was sent in here to be a distraction. To be a, Mr. Potter, Professor. With respect. The professor who fainted in the hall is, at this moment, in the 3rd floor corridor with the rest of the staff who have gone to look for him. He is not lost. He is on an errand. I am, by your leave, going to my common room. I will write the headmaster a letter about the troll, and about the defense professor, before I sleep. May I? McGonagall stared. She said, Mr. Potter. Professor. Go to your common room. Yes, Professor. He went. He did not, however, go directly. He took the long way round so that he could pass the 3rd floor corridor at a distance. Snape came down the stairs as he passed. Snape was bleeding from the calf. Snape's eyes met Harry's. For a long second, neither spoke. Then Snape, Severus Snape, who had not spoken to Harry directly since the first night of term, said, very quietly, in a voice that was nearly a whisper, Potter. Professor. Did you do that to the troll? Yes. A pause. Snape nodded. Snape walked on. Harry walked on. Neither, that night, said anything else. In the common room, Hermione was waiting at the portrait hole. Harry. It's done. Was there really a, yes? I'll tell you in the morning. Bed. She looked at him. You're shaking. He looked at his hand. He was. Just slightly. The wand was warm in his grip, but the hand around the wand had a fine, quiet tremor at the smallest joint. He noted it. He noted, with detached interest, that his 11-year-old body had not yet built up a tolerance for what the thing inside it was learning to do with magic, and that he would, accordingly, have to factor recovery time into any future operation. He smiled at Hermione. It's been a long evening. Bed. Bed. He went up to his dormitory. Ron was, mercifully, asleep, mouth open, snoring. Neville was awake in his bed with his wand under his pillow as Harry had instructed, and Neville sat up at once and said, "Are you all right?" "Yes, Neville." "Sleep." Neville, satisfied, lay down. Harry undressed in the dark. He crawled into his bed. He lay on his back. He breathed in, 4. He breathed out, 7. He let the small tremor in his hand bleed away into the mattress. In his scar, the small ember had not stirred at all. Outside, on her perch, Hedwig watched the door. The first campaign, the first one of the school year, was over. Harry, Druzad, asleep behind Harry's eyes, satisfied with the day, closed his eyes. He slept. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Stone and the Serpent. The first time Harry walked up the drive of Greengrass Hall, a month before, there had been frost on the gravel and a grey December sun low between two lines of yew. Harry had worn Kryptonian boots, mentally. Physically, he had worn black school shoes and a plain wool traveling cloak. The boots were for the little voice in his head that wanted, without his permission, to announce him. The shoes were for the older voice that told the little one to settle down. Cyrus Greengrass had opened his own front door. That was an interesting choice. It told Harry at once that no one was to see the first 5 seconds of the meeting. Cyrus was Daphne in another generation's clothing, tall, fair, careful. He had his daughter's chin. He wore house robes of a plain, deep, dark green. He did not smile. "Mr. Potter." "Sir." "You came alone." "You instructed me to." "Yes." A small incline of the head. "Come in." The hall was paneled in very dark oak. The fire in the hearth was just the wrong size. A fire that large required a hearth that small meant the fire was new today, and therefore the room had not, until recently, been set up for a guest. Cyrus had arranged it this morning. That, too, was a choice. It said, "This conversation is not one I planned yesterday." Harry hung his cloak on the rack himself. 3 witnesses stood by the long table. A thin man with a beard and a barrister's clasp on his collar, a woman in a plain grey traveling robe with a healer's ring on her left hand, and an older man, older, in fact, than Cyrus himself, whose eyes were cloudy with age but whose mouth was not. "This is my brother Selwyn," Cyrus said. "He keeps the family's legal papers. This is Healer Adrastea, my wife's cousin. This is Lord Grantham Greengrass, who is my father, and who sits on the Wisengamot's reform block. They will not speak unless I ask it. They will not repeat anything you say to anyone, and that includes the Dark Lord of any description. They are bound." "Thank you, sir." "Sit." Harry sat. Cyrus sat opposite. Daphne, Harry noticed, was nowhere in the room. Cyrus Greengrass had chosen to conduct this meeting without his daughter present, which told Harry that Cyrus did not wish his daughter's face to be the softening of anything he was about to hear or say. "Mr. Potter." "Sir." "My daughter tells me," Cyrus said, "that you are building a third position." "Yes, sir." "Against the Dark Lord." "Not, sir, against anyone. For something. Explain. Harry inclined his head. The war that ended in 1981 was fought, as I understand it, between the Dark Lord and Albus Dumbledore. The war that will begin again, if we are not careful, in the next 5 years, will be fought between the same two men or their successors. Both men, and I mean no disrespect by saying this in public, are tired, are aging, and are entirely too fond of being at the center of their own narratives. Both men will, in the next phase, lose. Both men will take a great many other people with them. The families of Wizarding Britain have, collectively, approximately the next 3 years to decide whether they will, this time, be the pieces or the players. He paused. Cyrus's face did not change. I am building, Harry went on, a third piece. I am, specifically, building a position that, when the two old men resume their war, can function as the arbitrator between them. Not as their judge. As their necessary counterweight. A center with teeth. A block that is capable, when required, of shifting the board, and is capable, when required, of not shifting the board. I am asking you, sir, for an alliance. You are 11. Yes. You are not, however, 11 all the way down. No. My daughter has told me that much. Good. You will have to tell me more. Harry breathed in. 4. He breathed out. 7. Sir. I was born Harry James Potter, in Godric's Hollow, in 1980. I inherit, as you are aware, that name and that line. I inherit also, as you are not aware, the soul of a man whose name you will not have heard. He was, in his life, a general. He was, in his life, a soldier of unusual reputation. He was exiled for a mutiny that was, depending on one's sympathies, either treason or an act of mercy. He died in a condition which is difficult to describe. I have, in me, his memory and his discipline and, I suspect, his patience. I would like, sir, in this life, not to make the mistakes he made. I would like, specifically, to build something that does not, at the end, eat itself. And you believe my family, Cyrus said, is a building block of that. Yes. Why? Because you survived the last war. Because you survived it, sir, by being precisely the right amount of a coward at precisely the right moment. Because your daughter tells me you have, this time, decided not to survive that way a second time. Because, sir, I have never met a man who understood as well as you do the difference between being brave and being used. Cyrus's eyes did not move. But something in the corner of his jaw did. You will want the Wizengamot. In time. You will want the block. In time. You will want the school. I have the school, sir. It does not know it yet. You will want, Cyrus paused. Mr. Potter. You will, eventually, want something I am not prepared to give. Sir. An endorsement. A public one. My name, publicly, attached to yours. Not this year. Nor next. Perhaps in 5, sir. And in return. In return, sir, this is what I came to offer, you will have, from today, a standing line from me to you. You will, whenever the old men make a move that threatens your family's interests, have a 48-hour window in which I will act, discreetly, against that move, without your having to ask. You will, when the Dark Lord, in whatever form, returns, have my promise that no member of your family, including any member who might, under pressure, do something foolish, will be killed by any agent of mine. You will have, in your pocket, the commitment of a power that is not yet visible. Cyrus's mouth flickered. That, he said, is a remarkably specific set of offers for an 11-year-old. Yes. You will understand, Mr. Potter, that I will not, this evening, formally agree to any of it. I understand, sir. I will, however, agree in principle. Thank you, sir. And I will, in addition, offer you one thing tonight that I have not been asked for. Sir. Cyrus reached into his robes. He took out, from an inner pocket, a small silver vial with a cork of dark wood, bound with a thin gold wire. He set it, with deliberate care, on the table between them. Harry looked at it. What is it, sir? A soul bottle. Hand-blown in Vienna, 1812. There are 4 of them in Britain. My family owns one. It will hold any unbound soul fragment you place into it. It will not break. It will not leak. It will not interact with any spell cast upon its outside. It will, if you require it, keep for 300 years. Harry did not, immediately, take it. Sir. Why? Because, Cyrus said, if you are what my daughter believes you are, then you will, before the spring of your first year, need a vessel in which to keep the first of the fragments. I have chosen to provide it. I am providing it as a gift, not as part of any exchange. If you decide, next year, not to ally yourself with my house, you will still have this bottle, and I will not ask for its return, and you will think of us, on the rare occasions you think of us, with some goodwill. That is the extent of my motivation. Harry looked at him. Sir. Mr. Potter. That is the offer of a friend. Yes. I accept it as such. Harry picked up the vial. He held it for a moment in his palm. He put it into the inner pocket of his traveling robes. Thank you, Mr. Greengrass. Cyrus inclined his head. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. My daughter. Sir. She is not to be used as a weapon in anyone's hand. Mine included. Yours included. Sir, I agree. I would like to hear you say it in full. Harry stood. He walked around the table. He stood before Cyrus Greengrass and, to the older man's faint surprise, knelt on one knee, a Kryptonian officer's knee, Harry noted, with internal wry recognition, the muscle memory surfacing without permission, and said clearly, in a voice that filled the paneled room, Cyrus Greengrass, I give you my word, before your witnesses and before the fire in your hall, that your daughter Daphne is not, and will never be, used as a weapon or as collateral in any plan of mine. She will be my counselor and my friend, and if she dies on any errand of mine, I will follow her within the month and avenge her. This I swear. The fire in the hearth flared, once, gold, and settled. Cyrus stared at him. The older man, Lord Grantham, spoke for the first and only time. A binding, he said softly, by the fire. A proper old binding. I have not seen one in 40 years. Harry rose. He returned to his side of the table. Sir. Cyrus, after a moment, inclined his head. Mr. Potter. Yes. You will, come for Christmas dinner tomorrow. With my daughter. My wife would like, she tells me, to meet you. I would be honored. Good. Good. Cyrus breathed out. Go. Lord Grantham will see you to the flue. Harry bowed. He left. In the flickering warmth of the gallery, as Lord Grantham walked him slowly toward the flue chamber, the old man said, conversational, almost, Mr. Potter. My lord. If my son asks you, at any point in the coming decade, to choose between his family and your first plan, choose his family. My lord. I have watched generals, boy. I watched 3 of them in my youth. Each of them, at the critical hour, made a choice between the people who had backed them and the plan they had drawn up before they had any people to back them. Every one of them made the same choice. Every one of them was, within a year, alone, and within 2, dead. You will want, at that hour, to remember my face. Harry stopped. He looked at Lord Grantham. My lord. Boy. I will remember. Good. The old man touched him, briefly, on the shoulder. Go. My grandson is waiting for you upstairs. Harry had not met Cyrus's son. I beg your pardon, my lord. Cyrus has a son. Lord Grantham smiled, a slow weathered smile. He has a son. He keeps the boy quiet. The boy is 4. The boy has been told there is a visitor tonight and the boy would not go to bed until he had shaken the visitor's hand. He is, I am told, very insistent. Harry went up. In a nursery on the top floor, a 4-year-old boy, fair-haired, with Daphne's chin, shook his hand solemnly and said, "My sister says you are a good man." Harry crouched. "I will work on being a good man," he said. "Your sister will tell me when I have failed." The boy nodded, satisfied, and went back to his toy. Harry fled home. In the flare of the green fire on his side of the trip, he breathed in for 4 and out for 7, and put his hand in his inner pocket and felt, with satisfaction, the cool curve of the vial. The map Hermione drew on the parchment was wrong in 3 places. Harry noted them, politely, one by one. The charms corridor branches there, not there. The stairs on the 4th floor rotate every 17 minutes, not every 20. The 3rd floor tapestry that looks like a tapestry is a door. None of the prefects have mentioned it because none of the prefects have ever been on the other side of it. Then how, Hedwig? Hedwig has been, mapping the school. For 4 months. She is an extremely patient owl. You are an extremely strange boy. Yes. Hermione rolled the parchment back up. They were in the 3rd greenhouse, in the deep middle of February, at 9:45 at night. The geraniums had gone dormant for the winter. The moonlight came through the frost on the glass and stippled everything soft and silver. Harry sat cross-legged on an empty bench. Hermione sat on another. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway, with the Slytherin cloak across her shoulders and her face very quiet. "Tonight," Harry said. "Tonight," Daphne confirmed. "Why tonight?" Hermione said. "Because Quirrel has been given tonight by his master," said Daphne, "and the headmaster is in London until sunrise." "Who told you that?" Hermione asked. "My father." Daphne did not blink. "I do not know how my father knows it. I know that he knows it. He wrote me this morning." Harry nodded, slow. "Good. The field is the field we expected. Daphne, you have arranged your side." "Yes." "Tell me." 3 of my housemates will be in the Slytherin common room after 11. They will notice, if asked by any prefect, that all the 1st and 2nd year Slytherins were in that common room from 10 o'clock on. They will be prepared to say so, if necessary, to the headmaster, to Professor Snape, to the head of Ravenclaw, and to the minister's envoy, in that order. How did you get 3 Slytherins to agree to lie for a Gryffindor they do not know? I told them 2 of them would owe you a debt by March. I told them the 3rd would owe me a debt by March. I told them these debts would be held by a pair of 1st years. I told them it was a good investment at current prices. Harry tilted his head. "That is," he said, "very well done. Thank you." Hermione. "Yes, Harry. Your side. Neville will be in the common room reading. I will have told Parvati and Lavender that you and I had a row over the charms essay and you stormed out. The Weasley twins will be producing a distraction in the tower at 11:15 precisely. They do not know why. They think it's a dare. You bribed Fred and George Weasley." I did not use the word bribe. "What did you use?" "I told them that if they produced a distraction, I would stop correcting their potions essays." Hermione. It was, Harry, a very practical, Hermione. "Yes. I am impressed." She looked down at her hands, pink and pleased. Daphne, from the doorway, said, "And you, Mr. Potter?" "I will be in the corridor by 11. "Alone?" "Yes." A small silence. "Harry," said Hermione. "Yes. I would like to come." "No." "Harry, Hermione. Listen. If I do not come back from this, you will need to know what happened to me, and you will need to tell Neville, and you will need to owl Daphne's father, and you will need, within 48 hours, to find Professor McGonagall and tell her everything. You cannot do any of that if you are lying dead in a room next to me. I need you alive. Daphne needs you alive. The Druzad, in me, needs you alive. Stay in the tower. She looked at him for a long moment. She said, quietly, all right. Thank you. Harry. Yes. Don't die. I won't. He did not promise lightly. He did not promise dishonestly. He was, in fact, not intending to die tonight. He had been planning this operation since Christmas at the Greengrass estate, a long, cool dinner conversation in a paneled room with Cyrus Greengrass and his 3 witnesses, at which certain things had been said and certain others had been left unsaid, and the operation was, on paper, sound. Harry stood. Daphne. Yes. In the morning, regardless of outcome, attend breakfast in the Great Hall at the ordinary hour. Do not look for me. Do not look at me. If I am at breakfast, I will nod at you. If I am not at breakfast, you will write to your father before first period. Understood. Hermione. Yes. Go. She kissed his cheek. She had not done that before. She did it quickly, without flourish, like a sister dispatching a brother on an errand, and she left the greenhouse before he could respond. Daphne watched her go. Then she looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. Miss Greengrass. Kill him cleanly. I do not intend to kill him. Her eyebrows went up. I intend, Harry said, to take him. That is not cleaner. No, Harry said, but it is more useful. Daphne did not smile. Daphne did not have a face for smiling, tonight. She inclined her head, a precise fraction, and was gone. Harry stood alone in the 3rd greenhouse for a count of 10. He drew the 2nd wand. He breathed. He went. The fluffy dog was asleep. Hedwig had reported on the music. The great soft harp in the corner, charmed to play on its own, played a lullaby that made Harry's eyelids heavy even at a distance. He stopped in the corridor, 100 feet short of the door, and breathed until the drag of the spell slid off him. It slid off him the way Snape's legilimency had slid off him, and Harry thought, not for the first time, that the music in the 3rd-floor corridor was, for him, merely a small convenience. He had had, in a previous life, to resist sonic warfare that would have killed a human ear in 2 seconds. A harp was courtesy. He opened the door. The 3-headed dog snored. Harry looked up at it, at all 3 enormous heads, at the 3 jawfuls of teeth, at the thick drool on the stone, and said, quietly, you need to be here when Quirrel comes. Don't wake. I will not hurt you. He moved past it. He opened the trapdoor beneath its front paw. He dropped. The devil's snare caught him. He had been expecting the devil's snare. He did not struggle. He went perfectly still, slowed his heart by deliberate count, and the plant, unable to find the adrenaline it fed on, uncurled and let him drop to the flagstones in a neat clear controlled fall. He rolled to his feet. He did not light a flame at the plant. He did not want the plant dead. He might need it on the way out. The key room, next. He stood at the door to the key room and looked up. 1,000 silver keys fluttered. A single broom hung by the door. A single sensible child would mount the broom, dodge, snatch, dodge, unlock the door. Harry raised his wand. Accio, he said quietly, and named the key in his head, the tarnished copper one, 3rd row from the ceiling, with the bent wing lock. The key did not come. Harry noted, with interest, that the charm in the room was blocking summoning. It was a cleverer charm than he had expected. He smiled at the cleverness. He took the broom off the wall. He mounted. He was airborne in a second and a half. He had, since Madame Hooch's private evening lessons after the flying field incident, practiced. He had not practiced like a first year. He had practiced like what he was. He moved through the cloud of keys in a deliberate triple spiral and pinned the tarnished copper one against the far wall with his left hand on its upper wing and his right on the broom handle. He was back on the ground in 4 seconds. He unlocked the door. He stepped through the chessboard. He was mildly disappointed. Whoever had designed the chessboard had expected a chessboard level of wit from the children who would attempt it. Harry considered the pieces. He considered the board. He walked to the white side and stood on the square for the king, displacing nothing. "I am playing as your king," he said to the white queen. The white queen turned her stone head. "You will speak to the black king as my voice," Harry went on. "You will tell him, from me, that I wish to concede. Concession is permitted under the rules of this game. I concede." The white queen blinked. "Please convey my concession to your opposite." The black king, across the board, received the message. He straightened. He raised his stone sword. He brought it down in acknowledgement. Stone pieces, quite gently, parted around Harry. The path across the board opened. Harry walked through. He emerged on the other side with, he thought with internal wry satisfaction, rather more of his dignity than the operation deserved. The next room smelled of troll. There was a troll on the floor. The troll was, however, dead. The troll had a hole punched through the front of its skull. Harry stopped. He knelt. He ran a hand, not close enough to touch, over the edge of the wound. The edges were cauterized. A spell had done it. A cutting charm, very precise, very powerful. Not a first-year spell. Quirrel was through. Harry exhaled. He stood. He drew the first wand, the holly one. He held it in his left hand. He kept the ash wand in his right. 2 wands. "Silly, Mr. Ollivander," he said softly, to no one. "You were correct, of course. But here we are." He went on. "The riddle room. Severus Snape's riddle room. 7 bottles on a table. A riddle in verse." Harry read the riddle. He read it twice. He did not drink any of the bottles. He waved his wand at the ones labeled forward and backward and conjured each, precisely, into the other's position. Then he tipped the forward one into his hand square of water drawn out of the air and evaporated the result to verify it was not poisoned. Then he drank it. A cold clean wash of, something, went through him. He stepped through the black flame. Quirrel was at the mirror. The chamber was circular. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center. Quirrel, unturbaned, the great pale face of the Dark Lord visible on the back of his head, the thin shoulders of the little defense professor shaking inside his robes, stood before the mirror with his hand out, his fingers trembling, his eyes white with effort. He did not, at first, see Harry. Harry stood in the doorway for a count of 3. He let the Dark Lord see him first. The pale face at the back of Quirrel's head opened its eyes. "You." Harry stepped into the chamber. "I told you," he said, conversational, "that if you interfered with my friends, my classmates, or me, I would walk into a classroom and remove you. You have interfered. A troll, Mr. Riddle, really, in a corridor where a first year might have turned up. You are slipping. You, a moment." Harry flicked the ash wand. The door behind him shut and barred itself with a small gold strip of light. Quirrel turned. Quirrel's face, Quirrel's own face, saw Harry for the first time, and stretched into an expression so purely terrified that Harry felt, despite his training, a pity for the man under the skull of the thing. Mr. P. Potter, be still, Professor." He was. His body locked. "I am going to speak only to your passenger for a moment. Do not interrupt." Harry walked, slow, 6 steps closer. He stopped 8 paces from the mirror. Riddle. Do not call me that name, I will call you whatever name pleases me, to remind you that you are not yet here. You are smoke on the back of a man's head. You are the small, anxious leftover of a larger self that, as you well know, scattered itself deliberately into fragments in order to be hard to kill. One of those fragments lives in my forehead. We have an arrangement. He is well behaved. I have not bothered him. He has not bothered me. He is, perhaps, the most fortunate of your fragments. The Dark Lord's mouth moved. Who are you? He hissed. An excellent question. Who are you? Harry tilted his head. My name is Harry James Potter, he said. I was born on the 31st of July, 1980, to Lily and James Potter of Godric's Hollow. I was struck with a killing curse by you on the 31st of October, 1981. The curse rebounded. I grew up in a cupboard under a stair. That is my story. It is also true. It is also, however, incomplete. What are you? I was, in a previous life, Harry said, quite mildly, a general. I was a soldier and a soldier's son. I was exiled, by a council of my own people, for refusing to let my world die on the schedule it had chosen. I spent, I still cannot say how long, in a place called the Phantom Zone. When my world burned I was flung out of the zone through a tear in it, across dimensions and time, into an infant's skull in England. The infant was trying to die. I was not. We, compromised. The Dark Lord stared. A soul transfer, call it that, if you like. You are not, I am not an ordinary wizard. Correct. I am not an ordinary anything. I am, however, an ordinary enemy for you tonight, Riddle, because an ordinary enemy is one who has prepared for this engagement and one who will, within the next 5 minutes, win it. You cannot win. We shall see. Harry took a single step forward. Riddle's face, on the back of Quirrel's skull, twisted, and the body of Quirrel moved. It moved without sound, without warning, in a sudden sideways lunge that brought a knife out of the defense master's sleeve and across the air toward Harry in a long, perfect silver arc. Harry caught the knife. He caught it on the flat of his palm, because his palm had always been able to do that, and he twisted it away from Quirrel's hand without breaking the little man's wrist. He did not break the little man's wrist. He held the knife. He looked at Riddle. Riddle, he said, patient, do not waste tricks on me. I have a very specific purpose for this evening. I want you to understand it, because we will, both of us, be alive at the end of it, and you will have a very long time to think about what happened here, and I would prefer, for your own sake, that you understand. Stop, I am going to separate you from Quirrel. I am going to bottle you. I am not going to destroy you. You will not be killed tonight. You will not be dissipated tonight. You will be, at the end of this evening, intact. You will merely be in my possession. Do you understand? You cannot, I can. Watch. He raised the holly wand. He did not cast a spell. He breathed, 4 in, 7 out, and on the 7th exhale he did a thing he had been practicing in the 3rd greenhouse for 2 months, a thing that was not, exactly, wand work and not, exactly, will work, but something in between them, a 3rd discipline, the one that had put the troll to sleep in the corridor, the one that had disarmed the devil's snare without raising his heart rate, the one that had opened the chessboard. He thought, very clearly, at the pale face on the back of Quirrel's skull, come out. The Dark Lord screamed. The scream was not, technically, out of Quirrel's mouth. The scream was out of a mouth on Quirrel's scalp. The thing peeled. Harry had time to note, as the thing came free, as a long, thin, pale smoke of a face, with red eyes, with thin slit nostrils, with a mouth like a knife wound, that it was, up close, much smaller than he had expected. He had, in some corner of his old Zod mind, been prepared for something large. The thing that came out of Quirrel's skull was the size of a man's head. That was all. A head full of smoke. He raised the ash wand with his other hand. "Vessel," he said. A vial, previously set on the stone floor between his feet, hopped up, unstoppered itself, and swung its open mouth up to catch the smoke. The smoke, terrified, screaming, incapable by Quirrel's design of inhabiting anything other than what it could catch hold of, fled. It fled toward the corner. It fled toward the door. It fled, finally, in desperation, toward Harry's own forehead. Harry, on the fourth beat of the breath, said gently, "No." The smoke struck an invisible wall 2 inches from his scar and bounced back. He raised the ash wand. He said, precisely, "In." The smoke, shrieking, went into the vial. Harry stoppered the vial with the silver cork Daphne's father had provided. He set the vial down. He exhaled. He looked up. Quirrel, Quirinus Quirrel, the stuttering defense master, emaciated, gray, had gone to his knees on the floor. He was weeping. He had his hands over the back of his head, which was bare now, nothing there, no face, no eyes, no knife mouth, only his own ordinary human skin and ordinary human hair matted flat from years of having another face pressed into it. Harry stepped around the mirror. He put a hand, lightly, on Quirrel's shoulder. "Quirinus. Mr. Quirinus. He is gone. He is not dead. But he is not on you. He is in a vial. I will take the vial. You will never see him again. Is that clear?" Why yes, look at me." Quirrel looked up. His face was blotched and wet. Harry looked at him for a long moment. "You have a year," Harry said, "of your own life, from tonight. I am giving it to you. You will need to use it. You have quite a lot of damage inside you. He has, for 11 years, been eating your edges, and you may not, in fact, have longer than a year. Spend it wisely. You will not be prosecuted. You will not be named in any report. You will resign your post tomorrow morning, citing exhaustion. You will go, I have arranged it, to a small farm in Wales owned by a Slytherin family who owes my line a favor. You will rest there. You will not communicate with any Death Eater. You will not communicate with any journalist. In 1 year's time, if you are still alive, you will find that you have been quietly retired, and you will have, at the end of your life, whatever peace is still to be had. Do you accept these terms?" I do, stand up." He stood. Harry supported him to the wall. "Wait here," Harry said. "There will be someone to fetch you shortly." Mr. Potter, yes. Thank you." Harry did not reply. He did not reply because there was nothing, at this hour, that a reply would have meant. He nodded once. He turned to the mirror of Eriste. He stood before it. He saw. He did not see, the mirror was not in the right mood for him, it seemed, the loving restored family on the Kryptonian terrace that the Dark Lord had evidently been looking for. He did not see Lily and James. He did not see his own crowning. He did not see anything large. He saw, in the mirror, a single red stone in his own pocket. He put his hand into his pocket. He felt, heavier than any pebble, a single red stone. He smiled. "Nicholas Flamel," he said softly to the mirror, "you are a clever man, and you did not design this for the one who would look into it and want nothing for himself." He withdrew the stone. He held it up. It was the size of a robin's egg. It was the color of old wine. It was warm. "I will return it," he said, "to the mirror, to the air, to the stone itself, to its maker, by owl, before dawn. You may count on me." He pocketed it. He turned. He walked, with Quirrel's veil in one hand and Quirrel himself slowly coming back to his feet behind him, out of the chamber. Albus Dumbledore arrived, out of breath, at 4 in the morning. He found the trapdoor open and the fluffy dog asleep, and every guardian in sequence bypassed, neither destroyed nor killed, and he found, finally, in the last chamber, Quirrel sitting against a wall with his head in his hands, and he found on the floor, in front of the mirror of Eriste, a folded note in a child's careful handwriting. Dumbledore opened the note. He read, "Headmaster. I have taken the liberty of concluding this evening's matter ahead of schedule. Mr. Quirrel is no longer possessed, the passenger he carried has been bottled and removed from this castle. He is not to be prosecuted. He will resign in the morning, citing exhaustion. I would ask, as a personal favor, that his retirement be permitted. He has suffered sufficiently. The stone is safe. I have returned it, by owl, to its maker. He will know it has arrived by breakfast. I suggest you write to him to confirm. I suspect he will choose, now, to finally let the thing go. That is between him and his wife and you. I have not yet decided what to do with the passenger. I will inform you, when I have decided. In the meantime, he is in a place to which you cannot follow, and you will not find him, and you must not, in any case, attempt to destroy him. He is, I believe, the fourth largest fragment of a self you will need to handle more carefully than any of us wishes. I would like, in the coming week, Headmaster, to have a conversation with you about the prophecy in your desk. I am aware of it. I do not know its text. I would like you, in advance of our meeting, to consider whether you are willing to share it with me entirely, or whether I will need to take it from the file myself. I would strongly prefer the former. I am in bed. Yours, H.J.P. Dumbledore stood at the mirror for some time. He did not say anything. Fawkes, on his shoulder, made a single soft sound. I know, Dumbledore said, finally. I know, old friend. He pocketed the note. He went to Quirrel. He knelt beside him and laid a long hand on the man's shoulder and said, very gently, Quirinus. Come, now. Come. You are safe. Quirrel looked up. Headmaster, I say nothing for now. Come. He helped him to his feet. He walked Quirrel out of the chamber, past every violated defense, past the sleeping dog, up the stairs, and through the silent corridors of his own school. Outside his own office, before he entered, he paused. The silver Potter monitor on his desk, he could feel it from here, was no longer rotating. It was perfectly still. Albus Dumbledore had seen that state only once before. It had been on the evening of the 31st of October, 1981. It had been the evening on which the monitor had begun to rotate, for a decade, without interruption. It had been the evening on which, by his monitor's reading, the child inside the house at Godric's Hollow had, for the first time, existed. He sat Quirrel on a chair. He walked to his desk. The monitor was not, as he had thought from the door, still. The monitor was rotating. It was rotating in the opposite direction. Ah, Albus Dumbledore said very softly, to his office, and he sat down. At dawn, a very old man in a little stone house in France received an owl at his kitchen window. The owl was snowy white. She was, the old man observed, extremely professional. She hopped onto his windowsill, extended her leg, bowed, a white owl bow, the beak tucked fractionally, and waited. The package on her leg was about the size of a robin's egg. The old man's hands were so old they had become almost transparent. His wife, behind him, came to the window and set a cup of hot milk by his elbow. She put her other hand on his shoulder. Nicholas, she said. He removed the package. He unwrapped it. He held the stone in his palm. He held it for a long time. His wife, Perenelle, watched his face. She said, "What does the note say, my love?" The note said, "Master Flamel. I hope this finds you well. I am returning your property. It has been used tonight for a purpose which was not yours, and it has been recovered, and I would prefer, if you will permit me, that it not be used for any further purpose which is not yours. I will not presume to tell you what to do with it. I will say only that a school is not, at this point in its history, a safe place for an artifact of this kind. If you should, however, find the labor of the next several decades wearying, and should decide you have done the stone's business long enough, there is a young student of potions at Hogwarts whose family once did a favor for yours. Her name is Hermione Granger. I believe she would be an excellent custodian of whatever you decide to do next. I wish you long, quiet peace. Yours, H.J.P. Nicholas Flamel read the note. He read it a second time. His wife, looking over his shoulder, read it. They looked at each other. Nicholas, at last, began to laugh, a small, dry laugh that turned, over some seconds, into something rueful and gentle and unfamiliar, and in which his wife, after a moment, joined him. They sat together at their kitchen table in France at dawn, and laughed at the message from an 11-year-old boy in England, and the philosopher's stone lay between them on the wood, and the sun came up over the vineyards and the little river. Well, said Perenelle, when she had caught her breath, my love. I think perhaps it is time. Perhaps, yes. Who is he, do you suppose? I do not know, said Nicholas Flamel slowly, who he is. But I find I am extremely curious to know who he will be. In the headmaster's office, at dawn, Albus Dumbledore opened the drawer of his cabinet and drew out the file. He unfolded the prophecy. He laid it flat on his desk. Then, with careful fingers, he unfolded a second piece of parchment, one that had not been in his file 5 minutes ago. One that had arrived, in front of him, on his desk, apparently from the air, as he had sat down. It was written in a hand he did not recognize. It was not, however, in English. It was in a script he had never seen before. He stared at it for several minutes. He took a copying charm to it. He tried 3 translation charms in sequence. None of them read it. The parchment, meanwhile, slowly, as he watched, rewrote itself in English. It was a prophecy. Not Trelawney's. Not any seer's he knew. A single line, in a quiet voice, the one returning shall not conquer twice, nor shall he be conquered. He shall make of a house a hand, and of a hand a state, and of a state a gate, and the gate shall open without him through it, and a thing that has slept a long time shall sleep a little longer, and wake only if called. Albus Dumbledore read it 3 times. He laid his hands over it and closed his eyes. Fawkes, he said. The phoenix made no sound. Fawkes, I believe the board has changed, and that I have been, until this hour, playing the wrong piece. Fawkes, on his perch, opened both eyes at last. They looked at each other for a long moment, the old wizard and the phoenix, and neither of them said anything, because there was nothing, at dawn, that saying anything would have meant. Harry Potter, in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, slept dreamlessly. At breakfast, he nodded at Daphne across the hall. She nodded back. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Emperor of Storms. The letter from Lucius Malfoy arrived on a Friday morning in late March in the claws of an eagle owl so black it looked wet. It landed on Harry's plate. Draco, across the hall at the Slytherin table, did not look up. Harry read it in a single glance. He folded it with 2 fingers. He tucked it inside the pocket over his heart. He ate his toast. Hermione, beside him, did not turn her head. Well? It's happened. He wants a meeting. Where? Malfoy Manor. Sunday afternoon. Harry. Yes. Is that safe? No. Then, Hermione. It is, however, necessary. Lucius has made 3 moves in the last 10 days. 2 of them I can see. 1 of them I can only smell. If I do not, this weekend, give him a face-to-face, he will interpret my silence as contempt, and his response to contempt is to move faster. I would rather give him a cup of tea in his own drawing room than give him a month's lead. She chewed her toast. What do you need from me? Your parents' address. At at home? Yes. I am sending them a letter, tonight, that will reach them Saturday morning. I am asking them to be out of the house on Sunday afternoon. I am going to have Dobby, he paused, I am going to have someone visit their house on Sunday afternoon and do 3 small things. Do not be frightened. Your parents are not in any danger. They will, in fact, receive a small, expensive gift in the post on Monday morning which I will have arranged. Harry. Yes. What, who is Dobby? A house elf. He is not, at present, free. By Tuesday, he will be. Hermione stared at him. You are preparing to liberate a house elf from Lucius Malfoy this weekend, in the middle of a meeting with Lucius Malfoy. Yes. That is, efficient. I was going to say reckless. So did the hat. We talked. It agreed on efficient. She put down her toast. Harry. Yes. Promise me one thing. Yes. Promise me that when you get home from Malfoy Manor, if anything whatsoever went wrong, you will tell me, immediately, in the Gryffindor common room, before you do anything else. I promise. Eat your eggs. He ate his eggs. Across the hall, Daphne Greengrass, who had been watching the corner of his eye for a signal all morning, received it when Harry tilted his head a precise fraction to the right, and she nodded, a single answering dip of her chin, and she went on, unseen by anyone else at her table, eating her breakfast. The door of Malfoy Manor was opened not by a house elf but by a peacock. The peacock stood very still on the inside of the door and looked at Harry. Harry looked at the peacock. I do not have time to fight you, Harry said. The peacock turned and walked down the hall. It was, apparently, a herald. Lucius Malfoy was in the drawing room, standing. He was alone, which was, Harry noted, an act of either confidence or extraordinary cunning. He had put his family elsewhere. He had put his wand on a side table in plain view. He had set out a single decanter and 2 glasses. He was dressed, not in his usual panelled finery, but in plain dark blue, as if for a funeral one had not yet attended. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. Please sit. Harry sat. Lucius did not sit at once. He walked to the mantel. He straightened an already straight candlestick. Then he turned, fully, and he said, I am not your friend. No. I am, however, not, at present, your enemy. I had been given to understand as much. Good. Lucius sat. He poured. He did not drink. Neither did Harry. I have spent the last 3 months, Mr. Potter, you will forgive me, reassessing. Yes. Not a process I often engage in. No. You are, Lucius considered his words, you are not what I was told you would be. I am aware. I have spoken with my son. I am aware. And with, at some distance and through certain intermediaries, the elder of the Greengrass family. I had hoped. I have been asked, by those intermediaries, to consider the possibility that you represent, not the continuation of the Dumbledorian party, but something, independent of it. I do. You will understand, Mr. Potter, that those of us who have, in a previous phase of our lives, attached ourselves to another power, and who have, in consequence, certain marks upon our bodies that are not negotiable, are not free to simply attach ourselves to a third power. We carry, as it were, a subscription. Yes. The subscription, Lucius said carefully, is, at present, inactive. At present. It could, on the reawakening of the former subscriber, become active again. I have, Harry said, some good news on that subject. Lucius's eyes sharpened. Would you share it? The subscription is held by 4, possibly 5, fragments. I have one of the larger ones in a bottle. I will, over the course of the next 3 years, acquire the others. The fragment in Little Hangleton is retrievable on a winter weekend, the fragment in Albania is already being tracked by my own observer, the fragment in the Lestrange vault is the most difficult, but Gringotts and I are in discreet conversation. The fragment in my own forehead is, well. It is civil. I do not foresee a reactivation of your subscription at any scale, Mr. Malfoy, before 1998, and I expect to have closed the account by 1995. Lucius sat very still. He put down his glass, very carefully. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. You are telling me that you are not merely not the continuation of the Dumbledorian party, but that you are, in fact, actively hunting the subscriptions of my previous subscriber. Yes. Including, I assume, those subscriptions you have not yet been shown the account book for. Yes. Lucius did not speak for some seconds. He said, Mr. Potter, you appreciate, I hope, that you are in my drawing room. Yes. And that I have, options, in my drawing room. You have options, Mr. Malfoy, in your drawing room. You do not, however, have advantage. Your wand is on the side table. It is not in your hand. It was never in your hand during this conversation, and that is because you did not want, in the record your own mind keeps for you, for it to have been. You wanted, in your own memory of this afternoon, to have been the man who negotiated in good faith with the third power. That is why you wore blue. That is why you sent your wife and son away. You have already, Mr. Malfoy, in your own head, allied with me. You are merely auditing, tonight, whether the alliance is one you can live with. Mr. Potter, it is one you can live with, Mr. Malfoy. Hear my offer. Lucius's throat worked. Then, very slowly, he inclined his head. Harry laid it out. He laid it out in 6 sentences. He laid out what he would want from the Malfoy name, what he would not want from it, what he would do, if asked, for Draco, what he would not do if asked, and what, specifically, he would do to any Death Eater cell that, in the coming weeks, made a move against a Muggle-born child on a list Harry had compiled and which Harry was now prepared, with Lucius's tacit permission, to dismantle without acknowledgement. Lucius listened. When Harry was done, Lucius said, You know the names. I do. All of them. All of them that matter, Mr. Malfoy. How? You gave me one. Severus Snape gave me one. Daphne Greengrass's father gave me 3. The last is a man who used to work in your garden, who did not much like your rose bushes, and who told a friend of mine, without knowing that he was telling a friend of mine, that certain names met in certain rooms. I will not tell you which names. You will, at Easter, by coincidence, need a new gardener. Lucius's lip twitched. It might have been, on another man, a smile. Mr. Potter. Yes. I find, against my most fervent expectations, that I am going to assent to your offer. Thank you. I will not, however, put my name on any parchment. I did not ask you to. No. One last thing, Mr. Malfoy. Yes. Your house elf. Dobby. Dobby. I would like him. He is, I know. I will, later in the year, pay for his release with a service rendered to your family, which I will propose at the time. In the meantime, I would like, as a gesture of goodwill, that he be delivered to me, released, on Tuesday evening. Lucius did not even pause. Agreed. Thank you. Harry rose. At the door, he paused. Mr. Malfoy. Yes. When, in 5 years, say, I, or Draco, or some other friend of mine, takes the minister's chair, it will be because men like you, tonight, in drawing rooms like this one, chose not to wear your subscription on your sleeve. I will remember this afternoon. You are, Lucius said slowly, a most alarming child. Good night, Mr. Malfoy. He left. The Nocturne cell had, by Harry's count, 5 members. They met, On alternate Thursdays, in the back room of an apothecary, under the flimsy cover of a discussion group for medicinal potions. 2 of them were ministry clerks. 1 of them was a nocturne shopkeeper. 1 of them was a retired hit wizard. The 5th was a young woman, 23, who had never taken the mark, who nevertheless had, by Harry's careful assessment, been the most dangerous of the lot because the other 4 liked her and would not, he believed, kill her if she turned on them. He wanted her turned. He wanted the other 4 broken. He wanted all 5 standing, afterwards, on their own legs. He had been preparing for 11 days. At 11 o'clock on a Thursday evening, he stood in the alleyway behind the apothecary and looked across the street at a loose stone wall which would, in 2 minutes, have 4 boys in its shadow, a 4th-year Slytherin, Theo Knott, who owed Daphne a favor, a 7th-year Gryffindor, Jack Wharton, who owed Harry a greater favor, and 2 of the young Aurors Harry had privately cultivated over Easter, who owed Amelia Bones a larger favor still and who had been told to be at this address at this hour and to ask no questions. They arrived on schedule. They did not speak. They formed, at Harry's silent signal, into a thin line along the wall. Harry crossed the street. He did not knock. He pushed the back door of the apothecary open with his palm. The passage beyond was lit by a single oil lamp. The smell was wormwood and damp stone. He walked past the lamp. He walked past a storeroom full of unlabeled bottles. He walked to the second door, on his left, and he rested his ear against the wood for exactly 3 seconds. He heard the woman laughing, the retired hit wizard grumbling, a bench scraping, and then he withdrew. He turned. He put the tip of his ash wand under the floorboards of the corridor and whispered the old word. The lamp went out. Every other lamp in the apothecary went out. From the back room came an annoyed Morgana's teeth, and the scrape of a second bench. That was Harry's signal. He did not enter the back room. He went, instead, back to the alley, and he gave a single sharp hand sign to his 4 standing at the wall. Jack Wharton stepped forward. Jack was a Gryffindor, a boy with a loud laugh and a louder jumper, and Jack could, because his grandmother had been a vaudeville witch, produce, from a perfectly empty hand, at perfectly any moment, the illusion of a small brass band. Jack held up a hand. A brass band began to play in the alley. A small, tinny, off-key rendition of God Save the Queen, loud enough to be heard 3 doors down. In the back room of the apothecary, 5 members of a Death Eater cell did what anyone would do. They picked up their wands. They opened the door. They came out, annoyed, to tell the drunk hedge wizard playing Muggle patriotism at midnight to kindly shut up. They came out, in other words, in the order Harry wanted. First, the young woman, because she was the nearest to the door, because she was 23 and curious. Second and third, the ministry clerks, because they were timid, because they did not want to be the first out but did not want to be last either. Fourth, the nocturne shopkeeper, because he had a shop to lose. Fifth, the retired hit wizard, slow, last, his wand already half up, instinct after 50 years of service. Harry was, by then, behind them. He did not fight. He did not duel. He did one precise thing that had not been done on British soil in 40 years, he let the fight end before it began. He stepped, neat, into the corridor behind the cell. He said nothing. He raised the ash wand. He breathed 4 in, 7 out. He thought, at the 5 of them in the order in which they had come out of the room, stop. They stopped. All 5 of them. Mid-step. Mid-turn. Mid-spell. The young woman's wand, half-drawn, did not complete its draw. The hit wizard's wand, already angled, did not fire. Harry walked around the cell. He stood at the mouth of the corridor, visible to them. Gentlemen. Mississippi, good evening. They could not speak. They could not move. They could see him. 5 pairs of eyes fixed on a small first-year standing in the lamp-out corridor of a Nocturne apothecary with a wand in each hand. "I am Harry Potter," he said. "Yes. Yes, it is me. Yes, I am 11. No, I am not at this moment 11 in the way you assumed. You have 40 seconds. Listen. Do not try to break the hold. I have not harmed you, and I will not, if you listen. The hold will end in 4 minutes and no sooner. You will then walk, all 5 of you, back to your homes, and you will, in the morning, each of you, do the following." He named, to each of them, by name, what they would do. To the young woman, he said, "You will resign from this cell tomorrow. You will do so politely. You will tell them you have a family matter. 2 Thursdays from now, at this hour, you will attend a different meeting, in a room whose address I will tell you. You will sit, and you will listen. After 6 meetings, if you are bored or if you disagree, you will leave, and I will not contact you again, and you will not be prosecuted for tonight. To the ministry clerks, you will each come into your offices tomorrow morning and, without being asked, place on your supervisor's desk an anonymous memorandum listing the safe house address of the Rowell cell in Swansea. You will not sign the memorandum. You will not be identified. You will, within a week, receive a small promotion, and you will take it, and you will forget tonight. To the shopkeeper, you will close the apothecary on Monday, for good. You will retire to Yorkshire. You will open a small, ordinary shop. You will live. You will live, in particular, longer than your current associates. Do not be insulted. This is, for you, a mercy. To the retired hit wizard, you will go home. You will write, at your desk, a letter to your daughter. You will send it. You will not, again, in what remains of your life, come within a mile of a meeting like this one. And to all 5, you will not speak of me. You will not name me. You will not seek me out. You will, in the small private rooms of your own thoughts, wonder, for the rest of your lives, whether I was real, or whether you dreamt me. I am real. I am also, tonight, merciful. The next time I find you in a room like this one, I will not be. The hold ended. Each of them, in turn, walked out of the apothecary without speaking. The young woman was the last to leave. She paused at the door. She looked at Harry. She did not speak. Her eyes asked one question, "Why me?" He answered it softly. "Because you, Miss Carrow, have not yet killed anyone. You have almost killed someone. I can still use you. Sleep well." She went. Harry stood for a moment in the dark apothecary corridor. He breathed once more, 4 in, 7 out. He reset the wards in the walls of the place so that anyone who attempted to search it in the morning would find, instead of a meeting room, a perfectly ordinary storeroom full of unlabeled bottles. He left by the alley. In the alley, Theo Knott looked at him with something like awe. The 2 Aurors did not meet his eye. Jack Wharton's brass band had gone. "Home," said Harry. They went. In the headmaster's office, on Monday evening, Dumbledore sat at his desk and Harry sat across from him. Neither of them had spoken for 20 seconds. The silver Potter monitor, on the corner of the desk, was spinning at a gentle, backwards pace. "Mr. Potter." "Headmaster." "I have, on my desk, 5 letters from 5 different members of the Wisengamot Reform Bloc." "Yes, sir." "I have, on my desk, also, a note from Severus Snape, a telegram from Nicholas Flamel, a resignation from Quirrel, a carefully worded interdepartmental memo from Amelia Bones, and a very long letter from a person who signed herself only with the initials N.M. Narcissa." "Just so. Sir." "I have, on my desk, more paperwork, Mr. Potter, than has appeared on it in a single weekend in the last 40 years of my tenure. I am not displeased. I am informed, merely. I am also, Mr. Potter, I will speak plainly, curious as to why my paperwork has come to me at this volume and at this tempo. Sir. You have asked me a direct question. I have. I will answer it, sir, directly. I am building, with your tacit permission, a third power. I had inferred that much. I did not, and I want to be very clear, sir, have any intention, last term, of informing you of it in advance. I had inferred that also. I have come, now, to inform you, because I am about to do several things that will, if you are not informed, cause you to act against me under the reasonable assumption that I am a threat. I would prefer, sir, that you did not act against me. I would prefer that we work together. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He folded his hands. Mr. Potter. Yes. I am an old man. Yes, sir. I have fought 2 wars in my lifetime. Yes, sir. Both of them I entered because I believed, at the time, that I had no choice. In retrospect I had choices. I made poor ones. I lost, Mr. Potter, things I cannot recover. I have, since that time, made a policy of extreme caution in the matter of entering wars. I had inferred as much. I would very much like, Dumbledore said, not to enter a third. Sir. That is precisely what I am proposing. The old man's eyebrows rose. Go on, Mr. Potter. Harry leaned forward. Sir. Voldemort will return. He will, if not in 3 years then in 5, attempt to reconstitute himself. You and I both know this. The wizarding world, without preparation, will be divided again into the same 2 camps, and those 2 camps will slaughter each other in the same way they did last time, and at the end of it you, sir, will stand on a hill and weep, and he will either be dead or temporarily dead, and everyone we love will have paid a price they did not agree to pay. Dumbledore's eyes were very old. I would, Harry said, prefer a different pattern. Which is, sir, a third camp. A camp that is not yours and not his. A camp that will, when the moment comes, step between the 2 old armies and stop the war in the middle by being, at that moment, the only force in the country capable of doing so. That, said Dumbledore softly, is what I tried to build with the Order. You built the Order to fight the Dark Lord, sir. Yes. I am building something, sir, to end the Dark Lord's war. There is a difference. There is. I am asking you, sir, not for your approval, because I will not have it, and I do not require it, for your non-opposition. I am asking you to continue to do what you have in fact been doing since October, which is to observe me, and not to obstruct me, and to write down your observations in whatever silver instruments you keep, and to confer with Professor McGonagall about them over tea. I am asking, sir, for exactly the weather I have been having. I will keep, for my part, informing you before I act on any move that will affect the school, or any of your students, or any of your staff, or any member of the Order. Nothing else. But those things, yes. A long silence. Dumbledore said, eventually, Mr. Potter. Yes. You are a very particular kind of person. Yes. I have only, in my life, met one other person who sat in this chair and spoke to me in quite this tone. Sir. I know. Do you? Yes. I will not, however, do what he did. How do you know? Because, Harry said quietly, I have, already, in this life, done what he did. In the last one. For 40 years. I was, in that life, the boy who sat in the equivalent of this chair across from the equivalent of you, and I said the same things, and I made the same arguments, and I believed all of them. I ruled my own country. I lost, sir. I lost because I had, at the critical hour, nobody to tell me no. Professor, I have, in this life, already arranged that I will have people to tell me no. I have their promise. I have taken binding oaths to hear them. I have, sir, been preparing since I was 8. Dumbledore's eyes blurred, briefly. Not with grief. With surprise. Since you were 8. Who, Mr. Potter, told you no, as a child, in a cupboard in Surrey? A teacher at primary school, sir. For about 2 minutes. She burnt a letter she was going to send to social services. She has never known how much of me she changed. Mr. Potter. Yes. You are, forgive me, you are not what I feared. Sir, I am. In part. Yes. In part. And the other part, sir, will, I hope, grow. With help. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He pushed a small plate of lemon sherbets across the desk. Have one. Harry, after a pause, took one. Non-opposition, Dumbledore said. On my part. Provisional. Revocable. Accepted. On my part, one condition. Sir. You will speak to Professor McGonagall, not just to me. She is my deputy. She is your head of house. She has, unlike me, the advantage of having not yet lost her son. She will, I suspect, be the person who tells you no when you most need to be told it. You will, Mr. Potter, put yourself in her orbit once a fortnight for the remainder of your time in this school. A pause. Harry tilted his head. Sir. Mr. Potter. That is the best counsel anyone has given me since I was 8. Thank you. Harry left the office. On the staircase down, halfway to the second floor, he paused and put his palm flat to the wall of the castle, and breathed in for 4 and out for 7, and felt, unmistakable, the castle under his hand, humming, at peace, at last, with one of its residents. He smiled. He went down to supper. Professor McGonagall's office was smaller than Harry had expected and warmer than Dumbledore's. A tartan throw on the chair. A cat asleep on the windowsill. A teapot steaming. Harry sat. She poured. Mr. Potter. Professor. Every other Tuesday, the headmaster tells me. Yes, Professor. At this hour. 4 o'clock. Biscuit? Please. She pushed across the tin. She picked one for herself. She sat. She looked at him over her half-moon spectacles, and Harry looked back, and for a count of 5 neither of them spoke. Then Minerva McGonagall said, unexpectedly, Mr. Potter. Your mother used to sit in this chair. Ma'am. She would come in for biscuits on a Tuesday. She was a prefect. She came because she liked to tell me, quietly, which members of her year needed discreet intervention. She was not, Mr. Potter, the person I think you may have been told she was. She was kinder than the stories. Much kinder. And also, Mr. Potter, harder. She was very like the young man I am looking at this afternoon. Harry did not, for a moment, speak. Except, ma'am, I have only heard her die. Yes. Well. We will not speak of the end today. We will speak of the middle. McGonagall sipped her tea. Tell me, Mr. Potter. Tell me something I do not know. Ma'am. Anything. Any small thing. I am not examining you. I am asking you to practice. A boy who tells an adult one small true thing in a week is a boy who remains a boy for longer. Harry considered. Ma'am, at the end of October, I thought I had become too efficient, and I was frightened about it. Not because of what the efficiency cost. Because of what it felt like, in the hand. In the hand. Yes. The way the wand kicked. The way the troll yielded. It felt like a thing I used to be good at. I had not thought, Professor, that I would find the skill again so easily. It came up from, he touched his chest, it came up from here. I sat on my bed that night and and was not sure whether the skill had been lying there for 11 years, or for much longer. "Mr. Potter." "Ma'am. What you describe is a thing a soldier returning from war describes to a priest. Do you know that?" "Yes, ma'am. I will not be your priest." "No, ma'am. I will be, if you will permit it, your teacher." And a teacher, Mr. Potter, sometimes requires that her pupil do something no officer of any army would be willing to do. "What, ma'am?" "That he cry, when he needs to." He did not cry. But he did, for a full, careful, counted 4 seconds, sit with his eyes closed and his jaw loosened and his breath deeper than he had let it be outside of the stillness in 3 years, and Minerva McGonagall sat across from him and did not speak and sipped her tea and did not look at him at all, and when he opened his eyes again she merely pushed the biscuit tin a little closer and said, "Another." "Thank you, Professor." "Every Tuesday, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." He stayed another 20 minutes. He did not tell her any more secrets. He did not need to. Telling one, freely, to the right person, had been the practice. When he left her office, he noticed he was walking, for the first time all term, at the ordinary pace of a first year. The vial in the inner pocket of his robes had, for a week, been warm. Harry had been expecting this. On the Wednesday after his meeting with Dumbledore, at 2 in the morning, in the absolute privacy of an empty classroom on the 7th floor which required a particular triple pacing in order to appear at all, Harry stood before the fire he had conjured in an iron brazier and unstoppered the vial. He did not, for once, ask Hermione or Daphne to be present. This one he would do alone. Out of the vial came the Dark Lord's smoke. It rose. It recoiled. It found the limits of the small confined magic Harry had laid around the room. It turned. It faced him. For some seconds it said nothing. It was a smoke face now, only that, with the suggestion of eyes. It had been in the vial for 6 weeks, and 6 weeks in a vial had, Harry thought, adjusted its tempo. "You are," it said at last, "not going to destroy me." "I said I would not." "You are going to use me." "Yes." "For what?" "For advice." The smoke face twisted. "I am not going to advise you." "You are. It is not in your interest to be destroyed by me. It is not in your interest to be left in a vial for the next 300 years. It is, however, very much in your interest to demonstrate, between now and the middle of next term, that I can trust you. You will, in small increments, tell me things. You will tell me where the remaining fragments are. You will tell me the names of the people who still have items of yours. You will tell me, in particular, where Bellatrix Lestrange is and how she is contained and how she would, if released, behave." The smoke face did not move. "Why?" "Because, Riddle, if I wanted to kill you tonight, I would have done so. I did not. I did not because, this may surprise you, I have some respect for what you made of yourself. You were, before you made yourself monstrous, a very clever boy. I have, in this life, been a clever boy also. I would like, if it can be arranged, for you to recognize, from the vial, over the coming decade, that clever boys do not have to end up where you ended up. I would like, if it can be arranged, that you and I reach a state, by the time you die in earnest, at which you have come to find, not peace, I think, that is beyond you, but the faintest satisfaction, that the one who bested you did not merely kill you. Did not merely bury you. Did not merely forget you. But saw you. Understood you. And elected, because he did not need to let you end slowly, with dignity, in conversation." A silence. The smoke face was very still. "You," it said eventually, "are mocking me." "No, Riddle. I am offering you a thing you have never been offered. I understand what it is, in the absence of your experience, to be mistaken for mockery. Sleep on it. We will talk again on Saturday." He stoppered the vial. He pocketed it. He went to bed. At the end of April, on the astronomy tower, Harry stood with 3 others in the red-tinged dawn. Hermione, to his right, with the hood of her cloak down. Neville, to his left, with his wand in his belt and his Mimbulus Mimbletonia in a pocket. Daphne, behind his shoulder, in green. Below them, the castle was quiet. Below the castle, the grounds were quiet. In the ordinary quiet of a school dawn at the end of term, no one was awake who did not need to be, and none of them, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, strictly speaking needed to be. They had come here anyway. It had been, by unspoken agreement, a ceremony. Not a wizarding ceremony. Nothing from any book. A private one. Harry, said Neville, softly. Yes. What are we doing? Harry smiled. We are watching, he said, the beginning of a thing. Of what thing? Of what we are going to build. Oh. Hermione cleared her throat. Harry, will you be poetical, or are you about to deliver a briefing? A briefing. Please be brief. I will try. He turned to them. We have, between us, done the first year. We have not been killed. We have not killed anyone. We have, the 4 of us, and our wider circle, which is larger than any of you quite realize, become, quietly, and in the dark, the only political force in Wizarding Britain with a coherent plan for the decade ahead. We have broken a Nocturn Alley cell without losing a witness. We have, in a vial, the 4th largest fragment of our enemy's soul. We have the headmaster's non-opposition. We have the Malfoy's tacit support. We have the Greengrass faction openly. We have, at the ministry, Amelia Bones, who does not know she is in the chain, and 3 junior Aurors, who do. We do, said Neville. We do, Neville. You will, in a few weeks, meet them. Right. We are, by any honest measure, ahead of our own schedule. By what factor, said Daphne. 3. Possibly 4. Harry. Yes, Daphne. Is that safe? Harry looked out over the grounds. No, he said softly. It is not. It is not safe to run at 4 times the speed of one's original plan. It is not safe to have the attention of 2 older wizards simultaneously. It is not safe to carry a Dark Lord in one's pocket. I do not deny any of this. I merely observe that it is where we are. Then, I am going to slow us down, over the summer. Not to reduce the tempo. To absorb it. I am going to spend July and August, at the Greengrasses, reading. I am going to let the headmaster do his own work without my interference. I am going to let the ministry think, for 8 weeks, that a first year is harmless. I am going to sleep. I am going to, he hesitated. He looked at his 3 friends. I am going to learn, in fact, to be 11. I have been 11 only technically for the past 12 months. The 4 of you have suffered, I think, from my not being 11. Hermione laughed, surprised. Harry, no one wants you to be only 11. No, but I want, sometimes, to be 11. I want, sometimes, to be a boy who eats a chocolate frog and does not, while eating it, plan the Wisengamot. I want, sometimes, to play chess with Ron and lose. I want to let Daphne tell me, over a cup of tea, about her 4-year-old brother, and not take notes. You take notes during tea? Yes, Daphne. You are impossible. Yes. Harry. That was Neville. Harry. May I say something? Please, Neville. Neville stepped forward. He straightened. He lifted his chin. It cost him something visible to do, and he did it anyway. I would like you to know, Neville said, that I know what you are. Harry watched him. Do you? Yes. My gran told me. At Christmas. She said there was a man in my family, 3 generations ago, who came to dinner one night and talked like, she said, talked like nobody she had ever met, and that he was very frightening, and that he was also very kind. She said he had been, in his life, something called, she used an old word, a war mind. I do not know what a war mind is. She said they come once in a century. She said they do terrible things, and also magnificent things, and that the best one can hope, in the vicinity of a war mind, is to be on the right side when he sits down to rest. She said she thought you might be one. She said if I was your friend, I was to stay your friend. Gran does not give advice like that, Harry. She was quite serious. Harry looked at him. He could not speak, for a moment. Then he said, Neville. Yes, Harry. Tell your Gran I said thank you. I will. Hermione, beside him, put her hand into his. Daphne, behind, said, Mr. Potter. Miss Greengrass. My father told me to give you, in May, a green ribbon. It is in my pocket. It is yours. It is the old sign of the Reform Block. Wear it when you come to us in summer. She held it out. Harry took it. It was, in his palm, a narrow strip of silk, about the length of his forearm, dark green and very soft. He tied it around his wand arm, above the cuff, where only he and his friends would see it. He breathed in for 4. He breathed out for 7. He looked out at the red-tinged dawn. Year 1, he said quietly. The sun came up over the forbidden forest. It cast a long shadow of the tower across the lake. It gilded the stone under their feet. It touched, for a moment, the point of each of their wands where they stood, one holly, one vine, one yew, one ash, and each of the 4, in turn, felt the small warm shock of recognition that magic gave when it approved of what it was looking at. Hedwig, on a higher pinnacle, opened her wings and let the sunrise light her breast. Somewhere in the vale, a thestral screamed at the morning. Harry, said Hermione. Yes. What is the plan for year 2? Harry smiled. He did not answer. He stood with his friends on the top of the castle, and he watched the sun clear the trees, and he thought, in a language that was not English and not any English speaker's tongue, in a voice that was half a dead man's and half a boy's, 3 years, I said. We have done this in 1. He closed his eyes. He breathed. Somewhere 1,000 miles east, in a vial in his inner pocket, the smoke that had once been Tom Riddle stirred, and was still. Somewhere in a drawer in the headmaster's office, a silver instrument made one careful click and stopped. Somewhere in France, an old alchemist set aside a cup of tea, and smiled. Somewhere in Wales, a stuttering retired professor slept without dreams. Somewhere in a great Norfolk manor, an old man, Lord Grantham Greengrass, in the first dawn light of his 89th year, opened his eyes on his pillow and looked up at the canopy and said, without knowing he was saying it, by the fire in my hall, boy, I'm with you. On the astronomy tower, with the sun up and the red-tinged dawn turning gold, Harry Potter, Druzod, reincarnated, reformed, reforged, opened his eyes. Come, he said to his friends. Breakfast. They went down. Below them, the castle rang its first morning bell. The board was set. The general had returned. Magic was now his, and so, in time, would be the world, but, this time, not the way he had taken it once before. This time he had friends. This time he had people to tell him no. This time, he thought with quiet certainty as he walked down the stairs with his hand in Hermione's, he might even win.